Hello, hello. How goes it, everybody? Welcome to the game. Uh, Apex the Stoner coming at you for this for the startup here. How's everyone doing? It was an awesome day today. And hey, good morning, quietly. You're our first one in. Welcome. Um, it was an awesome warm day today. It got up to I believe 78 degrees. So there's that. Kind of windy. We had that going for us. Uh, but other than that, it was a definitely a good day. Didn't get much done outside, but you know. That's not what I wanted to do. There. Now I can have that up. That's it. Nope. Is it? Is there a? Is there an echo? Maybe a little echo. No echo. Cool. So, um, we're getting this all set up here. Just waiting on people to show up. Do am I able to? Ah, that's how I do it. Oh gosh. Hey everybody. We getting peeps in. Excuse me. Welcome in, welcome in. Hey Zoom, what's going on, buddy? How's it going? Fire in the bowl, everybody. Oh, I gotta show this off. Where do we go? Check out this giant brick of keef. That's just pure keef. Yes, this is the weed smoking channel. If there was any any doubts. I'll be Chong, man. Yo, Dave, open up, man. Dave's not here, man. um, we're getting into some awesome stuff tonight. Hey, Hammer, what's going on, buddy? I'm gonna go ahead and post this back up here for a second time, if you care to join up. Youch. Youch. Fire hot. Yeah, for sure, Hammer. Goes, Cheech and Shaw, motherfucker. It's a good thing. Oh no, I became Martha Stewart for a second. It's a good thing. You know what? Something I need to do, actually. There's too much smoked weed packed on top of smoked weed packed on top of bowl. So I gotta clean this bowl out really quick before I can fire in it again. Mm-hmm. Bat big bamboo. Oh, right on, Hammer. Let's see here. I'm gonna put that up there real quick. That's a good background. Where's the logo? Save image. So what's everyone been up to? Yo, Tom McDonald definitely goes hard. That's for sure. This is called Labrador. Uh-oh, everyone can't see me. Oh wait, that's why. Image. Okay. Bam. Well, not quite. Right there, that's where it's gonna have to be at. Then I'm gonna put my lovely face right back right here. Oh. Oops. goes. Here we go. Hey. Hi. Now we and and now it is the Cheech and Chong show, sir. You know, this is true about Portland. It is a cesspool of liberal and left wing retardation. I tend to agree. I definitely tend to agree. But so is, well, basically any college town. I can go 20 minutes down the road outside my awesome comfort zone here. I'm dropping weed everywhere, by the way. Rip. That's okay. um, but yeah, no. Basically, I go 10 minutes outside the country and start getting in the city. Yeah, you're gonna find it everywhere. Unfortunately. So, where's the ladies tonight? Is it all of us? Is it just us guys up in here tonight? Huckleberry's or Miriam's got to be floating in the background somewhere. You know, okay, so he, uh, Elvis, here's the thing. This is what really gets me, because my town is like out in the sticks and the boonies where I'm at. Well, it's primarily red, but like you go into town and it's just a stark difference. It's crazy. Now at the same time when the BLM protests were going on, I think maybe there were three. There were three in the middle of town. That was about it. Three people, not like three riots. But still, I mean, come on. And the bad part is that it's like it was the parents, and they just you could just tell their kids did not want to be there. They've got 1,000 other things they'd rather. No, not even black. Just it was just my my town's about as white as it can get. I'm just gonna be completely honest, and that's not saying anything on a racist term. I'm just saying like the population's it's pretty white. Anyways, no, it's mainly virtue signaling type stuff. Yeah, and it's the parents. Like they drug their kids to this bull crap. They're like, here, hold this sign. Kids not knowing what the hell's going on. Like one of them looked like maybe she was 6. What's up, Canoes? How's it going, buddy?
Hey, hey.
How's it going?
Yeah. It's my birthday and I party if I want to.
Happy motherfucking birthday! Fire the bolt of that, sir. Yo, okay.
Who's backstage?
That was you.
No, there's somebody else back there.
Oh, That's
Mr.
me.
Mr. E-Girl.
Yeah, it's me.
Okay.
I'm Mr. E-Girl. But, so, yeah, what's going on, bro?
Absolutely nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
I'm stuffed. I treated myself and got gyros tonight, so I'm like
Ah, yes.
full.
Yes. I I likewise splurged, but I did not. I haven't eaten them yet. I got 2 racks of baby back ribs.
There we go.
Yeah. Bitches were $13 a pop. Man, it's
That's
ridiculous.
actually not that bad.
Really?
Yeah, around here, yeah, that's about normal right now for pork, for ribs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got the I got the text to start up the show, so I was like, you know what? When was the last time I was started up the show?
My phone's shut down, so I didn't get anything. So.
uh, see, every I'm just not even gonna. Is Mr. E Girl still back there?
No, it's gone now.
Okay, yeah, because my phone ended up doing some weird stuff, so I gotta go over here to Twitch in order to chat with people. Oh, Sasha Gray's online.
Say what?
Sasha Gray is online. She's a Twitch streamer now.
Not familiar with her.
Porn star. Old school porn star. But she ended up going into like gaming streams and stuff and got out of the business. I think it took having kids to get her out of the industry.
Could be.
Something like that. No, I didn't want to say Helio. Glitter? We'll have no glitter, Ghost.
Yeah, we're out of the glitter business.
we, you know, what we need from slightly offensive. We need the confetti of color, just blasting everywhere. Oh man. I wonder if I could set that up as a punch in. Confetti blast.
So I'm pretty sure you got kind of like the same weather that I got right now. We got up to
Yeah.
we got up about 70 today.
Oh, bro, we ended up in it was about 75, 76 today. Yeah. It was pretty nice.
Yeah, I opened up a bunch of windows in the house and aired the place out.
I did as well, and it was glorious. Save
Singh says he got more snow today.
Oh no.
Yeah. Well, we had snow just a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
like
then
I'd say about 4 days ago, we got like almost 3 inches, and it finally all melted. It was either yesterday or today.
oh.
Like yesterday, there was still a few patches, like in the shadow spots around buildings and stuff,
Right.
where the sun never hits. But yeah, it's all gone today.
There. I have confetti. Confetti. I guess ask and you shall receive, right?
Yeah.
I've gotten really, really good at making scenes on OBS. I, just, I literally sit there sometimes and I'll just tinker. Here's my ladies' night one, which I totally forgot to come up to. Oh no, where'd it go? What happened? There. That was supposed to be for ladies' night, but you know, sleep happens, I guess. Stoner naps happen. How many people do we got online right now? Can't see.
I'm showing 10.
10. Cool.
Then
Cool.
some of them are bots. So
Yeah. We love you, bots. Except for those spammer bots.
did Wiz say if he was coming in tonight, or
He
is he
said
having
he was
issues?
waiting to wait out the storm or something.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't
Which,
know there
by the
was.
way, there's about to be some stuff coming over me as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at the radar
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We got a huge cloud cover right now. Nothing horrible.
here. Yep, pushing up from the southwest.
Yep.
And yeah, Wiz has. He's on the tail end of it now.
Right.
He should be clear in a couple hours. And all that, I'll have rain all day later tomorrow. I'm fucking sure.
Right. Whee. Disconnected from chat. Dang, Aaron's got 73 viewers right now. Yo, so check this out. This right here is just one giant brick of keef.
Nice.
Right? I'm still trying to figure out what to do with it. Because, like,
You know what? I would just take like
I literally cannot break it.
I would take a knife blade and just, scrape off a little bit and put it in a bowl, or maybe dust a joint with it.
That'd be cool, yeah. Actually, that bowl that I just packed. Let me do that. Throw a little bit on top of that.
Yeah, load my bowl.
Grab out my handy dandy pocket scissors.
What's up, Sam?
Hey,
how's it going, guys?
what's
Oh,
going
shit.
on, buddy?
I forgot to choose my thing. I'll be right back.
Look at you.
All right.
I'm all naked and everything.
He's a dunce.
You that boy. Yeah, I think he has to re-upload his avatar in the StreamYard. It got deleted.
Oh.
Because we can only have so many up there, and someone must have deleted his to put one in.
Right. So that worked perfectly. Like, that just coated the entire top of the bowl.
How are things going with you guys?
Oh.
Fair to Midland.
Yeah. Staying alive.
Nice. Oh, I went down. I was, excuse me. I was trying to put up a windbreak for a guy, and ironically, they had at the place. It was about an hour and a half south of me. They had like 80-mile-an-hour gusts, so I couldn't put it up.
Oh man!
I got blown out trying to put up a windbreak. I kind of thought it was ironic. So have you guys ever heard of the Trillion Tree Project?
Say that again.
No.
It's called the Trillion Tree Project.
No.
It's this initiative, and it's actually when Trump backed out of the Paris Climate Accord, he actually supported the Trillion Tree Project. It was a thing that they were going to put in. All these governments were going to put in a trillion trees in Africa and North America and a few other places. And the offset, with all those trees, once they started growing, it would offset all the carbon we put into the atmosphere since 1960. And I find it humorous that they mocked him about that. And it was one of their projects when he tried to do it. And it's actually one of the quickest ways to offset what they complain about. But it's getting in the news again because it's being pushed again. Because like in Africa, they're actually pushing back against the desert with the tree projects they're doing. I don't know. I find it impressive that they're actually able to push back against the desert. Did I kill conversation?
I'm sorry.
Nah.
I'm here. I'm trying to redo my confetti.
Hey, battery, you're a hoe too. No.
Dang.
He called me a hoe. Some typos are pretty funny.
Yeah. I just looked up something that I was following a couple hours ago. There was some kind of plane crash that happened oh, about 3 or 4 hours ago, I got the alert on my scanner radio app, and
Yep.
they weren't saying what it was that crashed, but I looked. They were saying that like they had the Coast Guard and the police out there and a military plane looking for survivors, and I just found the article now, and they're saying it was another one of those Osprey, tilt rotor craft. It crashed off the shore of Virginia by Maryland, and they rescued 2 people, and they're still looking for one other, but it's going to be just a recovery operation. They don't think the guy survived.
See, I thought they got rid of all those problems they're having, because I remember when that first came out, man, they're having problems.
Oh yeah,
crazy.
yeah. That the whole fleet of them was grounded for a couple of years,
Mhm.
and it's looking like if we have 2 Osprey crashes within 2 weeks of each other, they might start decertifying the fleet to find out what the problem is.
Dang.
It was right offshore from where NASA has one of their smaller launch facilities at Wallops Island.
They're going to have to pull a lot of those Blackhawks they retired out of retirement.
That's not that big of an issue. Those didn't go away. They just gave them to the National Guard units.
Yeah.
So there's still a lot of them around.
Well, and from what I understand, you hear about the military graveyards of planes. From what I understand, most of those are still maintained.
Well, the way that they do it you're talking the big boneyard down in Arizona, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What they do for most of the aircraft, they will prep them up so that they're in the best condition that they can preserve them in. And then what they'll do is before they park them outside, they give them a couple coats of some special paint to help, with anti-corrosion. And some of them will have tarps, glued onto them and everything to, keep the weather out. And a lot of the high-tech stuff that we have out there, they call it invaluable storage. Those are actually stored inside, like the F-117 Nighthawks, and they brought those back. A bunch of them are flying around now, doing flying as aggressor craft for training against other planes.
Well, I know, how they did the F-16 and the F-15. They did the F-18 a long time ago because we got the Super Hornet. But they got the F-15 and F-16 Supers now, and this was under Trump because they basically modify them, and they're all up to. They're not Gen 5, but they're Gen 4.5.
Yeah,
and they're all usable now. And I guess they're doing the project with the F-14s too. And those things,
F-14s are done.
You think so?
Oh, I know so. Yeah, the only people that are flying F-14s right now are the Iranians. Still have a few of them that they bought back when the Shah was still in power. Yeah, there hasn't been an operational F-14 in the U.S. inventory since 2006, 2008, something like that. They finally retired them all.
Well, these are new builds. They're not.
That's not possible because the place that they built them at doesn't even exist anymore. It's out on Long Island.
I thought Boeing built them.
Nope. F-14s were made by Grumman.
Oh, they were Grumman?
Yep.
Oh, nice.
They were made at the Grumman plant in Calverton, New York, and that place does not exist anymore.
Nice.
All the tooling
Yeah,
is gone for it.
Yeah, battery, the F-15 and F-16, they actually already went through the updates on. And they were actually able to do that on the original ones too. Plus, they're buying them only a few million a piece instead of a couple billion like our new ones.
Well, yeah, they just announced the other day that they're going to retire 33 of the oldest F-22s that we have, and they're going to save the money from that to buy more of those new F-15EXs.
Yep, those 4.5s.
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks. They can't do it for the F-14. So in other words, that was fake news where I heard that. That sucks.
Yeah.
I got all excited because when I was a kid, F-14 was one of my favorite planes.
Oh yeah,
with the Switchblade.
Top Gun.
Yep. Oh man. Yeah, that's sad if they're already retiring the F-22. But if it's like you say, to save money.
Yeah, it's only the oldest of the airframes that they have, and most of them were from Tyndall Air Force Base in Florida. That's been sitting for like 2 years, destroyed from a hurricane, and they didn't even like the airport. The runways there don't even run anymore. It's just like a ghost town. They had all the planes moved out to Eglin further west, and I guess the ones that they're going to retire is not the entire complement of that particular wing down there. The rest of them that are left over are going to be transferred to the other units that have the F-22s. Like there's one in Hawaii, there's one in Alaska, there's one in Virginia, and a few others.
Yeah.
No, battery. They won't send the F-20 those to Ukraine. They'd be too worried about having them shot down and the Russians,
Yeah, for sure.
doing reverse engineering on them.
The F-22s are so far beyond what anybody else has. Yeah, they won't even sell it's illegal to sell the F-22 to even our allies. That's an American plane. Nobody else gets that. They get the F-35s, but nobody gets the F-22s. And that one came from the DOD. So that one I know is fact. that is
we can't even make any more of those because they destroyed all the tooling for them.
Mm. Nice. I truly think that a lot of the reason why that got slowed down, I think they've got those Gen 6 crafts that can be autonomous or piloted. I think they're getting ready to start producing those.
That's black. You're never going to hear about it at least for another few years.
Oh yeah. Yep. Well, it's just like the stealth.
Yep.
They had the stealth in the early 80s flying, and we didn't know about it until, Desert Storm when they used them for bombing.
Yeah, because they used them down in Grenada.
Oh, yep.
Back in the late 80s. In Panama too, I think.
Well, look at the Predator drones. Apparently they had those since the 90s, and we didn't know about those until we went into, and it was after a while when we went into Iraq and over.
Yeah, they're already retiring a bunch of those too.
Wow.
They've got, I think, more Reaper drones than they do Predator drones right now.
And the Reaper are the new, smaller, but can pretty much have the same firepower.
I'll tell you what drones are actually really impressing me right now. And I had to look them up, but it's those Switchblade drones.
Those the last thing?
Yeah. Okay, so I don't know if you know the actual purpose of these things, but obviously it's a mortar-fired drone that can literally fly around the backside of the enemy and explode.
They can send them out for jets.
Yeah.
Like
it's the coolest thing. I want one.
They can like convoys. If they come across the convoy, they can sit there and then it'll go up in the air and it'll come straight down on a tank to hit the soft spot of a tank.
Oh yeah.
Those little boogers are insane. And had you guys ever heard of anything like that? And then all of a sudden they're in the news.
Right. telling you, man, it's that 20 years ahead of scheduled tech that DARPA has.
And it's getting higher tech and smaller
Mm-hmm.
and hopefully cheaper to produce.
Yeah, hopefully. We'll see what happens with that.
Hey, Reagan. Hey, Zach. Now, military, I hate war, but military tech fascinates me. I'll admit it.
Yeah. Wait, is Huckleberry here?
I think he saw a battery and thought, because battery and Huckleberry have the same
Oh.
color. Of, yeah.
Gotchas.
And I was going to go back to Elvis and battery. We're talking about it. Yeah, Saudi Arabia does it. Israel does it, and like Elvis said, even China is having some luck, not near what the others are having, but they're having some luck with pushing back the desert by planting trees. I think China though is doing bushes, like some type of weird bush.
You're some sort of weird bush. But
speaking of which, in a way,
yeah.
you guys wouldn't recognize me. I got a shaved head and a beard going on.
Oh no.
Yep, same here.
Yep.
Well,
I got tired of the gray in my hair, and I wasn't about ready to start coloring it, so I just shaved it, and then I let my beard start growing, and yeah, who knew? Apparently, I got an okay bald head.
So I'm gonna bring up that Will Smith slapping Chris Rock thing again really quick. Am I the only one who saw that and immediately thought, about damn time somebody slapped the shit out of him?
And no, I think
don't know, don't care. That's all Hollywood news. It doesn't
It's
mean anything.
all-
yeah, to be honest, I think it's all a bunch of crap. Anyways, they all talk about this and that and accepting
Kimmy.
everybody, and then they can't take it themselves. Hey, Kimmy.
What's up, Kim?
Copy.
But I stand on the other side of it. I think Will Smith went completely lefty on it, Apex,
Yeah.
and
It's true.
that whole that you can't say certain things because words hurt type. Words are violence. That's bullshit.
Silence is violence, though. Right?
It's a comedian. They're gonna razz you.
Of course. It's like no one remembers the roasts.
Mm-hmm.
I just rewatched the roast of Justin Bieber. I laughed my ass off. It was amazing.
It's just like it. Oh, my bad. If you can't handle being teased, don't sit within the first few rows at a comedy show.
Oh,
Sit
absolutely.
in the way back behind a lot of people.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But see, I'm that type that I don't know, but people can a lot of comedians might consider it heckling, but I'm that type that would troll right back.
Okay. I got something today on that subject. On the Will Smith thing.
Oh, okay, yeah.
True.
You look at the video, you look at it real close.
Oh yeah, he's laughing his ass off at the
No,
joke.
before that.
Oh no.
You look at Will Smith's wife.
Yep.
Her and Will both, when you see them sitting there, Will is starting to laugh about it. She looked over at him and rolled her eyes like, if you don't go do something, you ain't getting none for a month. So that's what it was. Will thought it as a joke. She did a little bit. When you watch it real close, you can kind of see a smile. But then his wife realized that he was talking about her and her not having no hair. So it become an instant look at Will to go do something.
Huh.
Right.
So,
And I've had girlfriends like that. I've had girlfriends like that want you to go after everybody that looks at them wrong, even, and I can't stand that type of person.
No.
right.
No.
But you look at that and concentrate on her. She rolls her eyes at Will like.
I agree.
True.
Yeah.
I saw that.
So that I blame that on her.
Yeah.
She rolled her eyes at Will like, you better go do something about that.
That's funny.
Yeah, so did take.
How are you, Kimmy?
I doing real good. I
Good.
kind of mad.
Oh.
I would taken apart my one heater for the bathroom because it got all dirty and everything.
Oh, right.
I got one. There's 3 different screws that I got out of it so far that I had to use different screwdrivers on.
Oh, okay.
And then I got 4 little screws that I know damn well I used to have. They're like the star ones.
Oh, the torque.
These are itty bitty screws that are the star ones. I know I used to have screwdrivers like that, but you think I could find a damn screwdriver in my sets? I got 4 sets of screwdrivers, and none of them fit them 4 little screws.
You know what's going to happen is next time you're going to need a little Phillips, and then you're just going to be able to find those torques.
Yeah.
That's how it works for me.
One of them is a Phillips, a little tiny Phillips. Yep. And I got all of them. That's why I said I got 4 different kinds of screws already that I had. Well, 3 different kinds already that I had to use the different screwdrivers on. And then I got 4 more little tiny star ones and can't find a damn screwdriver for them.
I thought when you first came on, I thought you're going to say what I'm notorious for, because I'll take some apart, put it back together, and then I've got like a half a dozen screws left over. It's like, oh crap, where did those go?
Oh no, I'm very, very good at that. I lay them out. I learned from my dad. Nice. If you have a screw, if you have an extra screw, you better retake it apart and figure out where you fucked up.
Yep. Otherwise, it's going to cause a lot bigger mess if you don't.
I learned that from Daddy. Lay them out in order. But
so earlier, I came on YouTube, and it had some flashback things on there, and it brought up on my main page the first time I came up, and apparently it's been exactly a year since the first time I came up.
Oh wow!
And I watched it for a while, and you guys remember Anunnaki?
Yes, I do.
The first time I came up, I was watching it. I pissed that guy off so bad.
Oh, he wasn't easy to piss off. There was a lot of people that pissed him off. And,
Okay.
Yeah, it seemed like Ryan was the only one. Sabat was the only one that could actually talk to him and not ruffle his feathers.
Right. Yep. Oh, he left. He got so mad. And then it was just Emerald and I talking. I was apologizing to Emerald. I'm like, dude, sorry, I didn't mean to. Well, he was talking about that his family has, for generations, followed the Anunnaki religion and everything. And I brought up the fact that, well, they didn't find the tablets and didn't know, the first time we've known about their religion for 2,000 years was in 1920 when they found the tablets. So how could have all your the generations of your family been doing that? And oh man, it made him mad.
Yeah. Because the way he taught, like he totally was into all that religion, and that, yeah, his family been following that stuff, that nobody else knew about that stuff. And then when you brought up that they found the books, it just kind of blew him away.
Yeah, and he didn't have much of an argument for that. It's like, I just, I was, in a way I was trying to call BS, but in another way I was trying to do it politely, but it didn't come across politely.
Right.
So I miss Pat. We had some deep religious conversations. And I think a lot of the reason is I'm Germanic also, Northern Germanic, so Danish, and he's Viking blood. So I think that's why we're able to really get into a lot of the crossovers and the discussions.
Yeah, and he would teach me a lot of how the Bible, what everybody considers as the Bible being the truth, how different religions is older than what the actual Bible is.
Yeah. Yep. And him and I both agreed on, and I've always been a firm believer that the New Testament, they left a lot more out than the Old Testament. So
absolutely.
Oh, yes.
I think the New Testament is dangerous because it's not how we were given the words. And him and I used to go on and on about, we agreed about that fully, that it was altered, and not necessarily good to alter things like that, in my opinion. But yeah, and
my main question has always been on the Bible, if it's the absolutely from beginning to end, absolutely truth, then why does all Bibles at the end of the Bible say things not to be added to or taken from?
Right. Yep.
That he give a warning. So if all Bibles is completely true, how come that is in there warning you that
not to alter it?
Trouble.
Yep. That, and I actually agree with you. I think it's all way older than what we believe it is. And a lot of, I'm the Bible itself, we probably got it about that time. The words were spoken at that time. But I think as a religion, I think our timelines, we're thinking of things on a timeline of solar. And, when you think about it, of course we think about it on solar, but now think about, God is looking at it as a universal timeline, as everything rotating out there. So, I mean, then a year turns into 100,000 years on his,
Right.
So that's one thing.
And the other question I have always wondered about, and they're talking about the new aliens and all this spaceship stuff and all that kind of shit. Well, you know, when they talk about it in the Bible, Ezekiel saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air, up in the sky. So what the hell was Ezekiel seeing?
Right. Ragged, in no Bible that I've ever seen does it say the yellow man will inherit the earth. It says the meek will inherit the earth.
Yep.
But that's interesting. I'd like to know what Bible you got. I think he was making a joke. I think. I hope so. Because I've never seen Yellow Man. But no, I agree. I and I think there's a lot of validity to, people that think like and I don't buy into it, but hey, it is definitely an interesting thing that a lot of people with the ancient alien theory that think that these people were seeing some type of war going on and they thought they were gods, flying through. I don't subscribe to that, but it's really cool to think about. And hey, anything is possible.
Yeah, and how come if they wasn't something like that, if somebody else didn't believe that they was gods, how come in the Bible it says that you shouldn't have no other gods before you?
Yep.
So somebody must have thought they was a god and considered themselves as gods.
Yep.
For it to be a warning, don't serve no other one.
Yeah. And see, a lot of people misunderstood Pat because when he would talk about Odin the Allfather, he believed in Jesus, he believed in all that. He just, instead of saying God, he believed it was Odin that, he was the one single God now took power, and everything. So Pat was Pat was Christian. He believed in Jesus. That's, at the core of what Christianity is. He just called God a different name is all he did. And a lot of people, I used to try to explain to people that, and I'd frustrate them more. It's like, no, he just calls God a different name. God by any other name is still God. So
right. And a lot of stuff he taught me, the Bible wise, what we consider the Bible, the oldest thing, ain't, and that they was other religion and other things before the actual Bible coming to being written, to where they was other religion, other things, that the Bible just was many stories that got written.
Right. And I've got friends, and a lot of people, some other Christians would be mad at me for this. I've got friends that are downright, they're pagan. They still believe in, depending on where you're from. If you're Germanic, it's Wotan. If you're English, it's Woden. If you're Swedish or Norwegian, it's Odin. There's some people that still believe in that out there. And and I've got friends that are like that. I've got friends that are, agnostic and everything. I don't condemn them for not believing, and it leads to good discussions. And I don't get mad that they don't. And that's one thing I think a lot of Christians get wrong, is we were supposed to spread the word, not force the word. We're supposed to, because you've got to come to God and come to Jesus on your own. You can't drag somebody there. Otherwise, it's not pure or true. You've got to spread the word and then let them, kind of lead by example. You tell the word, show you're a loving person, and then that'll bring them to it. You can't drag people to them.
Yeah, just like a horse, you could lead them to water, but you can't make them drink it.
Yep.
Bingo. Yep. And that's one thing I think that has gotten Christians such a bad name, is they're too willing to attack people for not believing and stuff like that. And it's like, we can't do that, y'all. We gotta we got to just spread the word, and it's faith. It's not okay. Let's prove it. No, it's faith. You can't prove your faith, and you don't need to prove your faith. But that's just me. Anyways, sorry guys, I didn't mean to get on religion.
I agree with that, because it seems like nowadays a lot of the what people consider Christians is two-faced. I mean, they say one thing and expect you to do certain things, and they turn around and they ain't even doing it. They can't even keep true to what they're preaching.
Oh, I completely agree. You all know I'm Catholic. Never hid it. Feel no reason to hide it. And but in the Catholic Church, you've got two different types of Catholics. You got Catholics like me that we believe just spreading the word, and we think the Pope is just another guy. He's no deity. He's no special person. He's just a guy in charge of the church, and that's about it. And then you got the other side that whatever the Pope says is they truly believe it's the word of God, and that's dangerous to us. So we argue with those people a lot within the church. And a lot of those people, though, are the ones that they will act like, just getting back to what you're saying, they'll act like shit all week. But on Sunday, when it comes, then they think they're forgiven. And then they think they're a better Christian than you because they're at church every Sunday. It's like, yeah, but you treat people like shit all week. I treat people good all week. So who's the better, who's like, I think you're misunderstanding this.
And my thing is, when you watch any of the old movies, any of the gangster things, them guys, they would end up being proclaimed and say that they was always Catholic.
Oh, yep.
The gangster thing.
Yeah. Well, it's just like
Catholic.
It's just like all the politicians now, especially a lot of them on the left, that claim they're super religious, and most of them say they're Catholic and everything. And those are the types of Catholics that I don't care much for, because they're just in it for the name.
Yeah.
And they're not in it to be a good Christian,
And that kind of Catholics is like the first part of the Bible, as far as they always had a priest, somebody that authority-wise wore the bells and walked into the churches and was the only ones that was allowed to take people's prayers and stuff in through the churches. And if they themselves did not forgive the person and honestly go in there guilt-free, the bells would quit ringing and they would pull them out.
See, I'm that's where there's like, I'm one of the Catholics that my confession is to God and God alone. Right. I don't have to go through a mediator. And I also believe that priests should be able to marry, because priests used to be able to marry and have kids. And it wasn't until there was a pope in the Middle Ages that was frisky and not terribly loyal, and he made all the other priests not be able to marry for his own penance. So he basically punished all the other priests for what he had done. And that's how it's been ever since. So it's interesting how that came to be, because priests used to be able to marry and have children.
Okay.
It's just that there was a pope that was not loyal to his wife and frisky, and he he even it's a lot worse than that, and he basically made everybody else do his penance for him. and he waited until he was really, really old and didn't have to worry about it anymore.
Okay.
Nuns were a different thing. Nuns, their nunneries were, I think, originally, as far as I know, they were originally celibate. That they,
I'm just gonna put it out there.
but it was also they had to willingly do it. During the Middle Ages, when a lot of women, especially royal women, were forced into nunneries. That's not how it should have been. It was supposed to be a willing contract with God that they did it, and they could leave if they wanted to. So in the Middle Ages, it got kind of warped, and it's just like, I always tell everybody, a lot of atheists think religion is bad because a lot of wars have been fought over it. It's like, no, religion isn't bad. It's the people that use the religion to fight a war that are bad, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Kim. I haven't had one of these discussions for a long time. I enjoy these. I'll switch the subject now because I'm probably boring everybody else, but
I'm about ready to fall asleep.
There's a shootout between Ragged Coin and Battery Addiction right now in chat.
A shootout?
Yeah, Battery's missing horribly.
Oh, hey, Miriam. I'm not keeping up with chat very well. I got too into the conversation.
Yeah, me too. Hi, sorry.
Hey, Miriam.
We'll have to. I'm gonna try to do a Discord, and we'll have to have this conversation in Discord maybe sometime soon.
I do have a Discord server.
Oh, do you?
That I never use, so we can convert it.
Right on. Yeah, maybe we could do that for some of the conversations that are a little overly sensitive with, because let's face it, there's a lot of overly sensitive people out there.
Yeah.
I figure if you can't be open and admit that, I'm not always right. I don't think any of us are always right. I say stuff wrong. I misuse dates. I misuse numbers and stuff like that. If you can't admit that, then that's a you problem, not a me problem. And I try to correct it. I try to be accurate, but I don't care who you are. You're not going to remember every date of everything that happened throughout history or whatever. It's just not going to happen.
Nope. And it don't always work to look in the damn history books anymore because they changed them.
Oh, dictionaries are the worst.
Yeah.
I've got a dictionary from the 1930s. This thing is massive. It's like literally a foot thick. And then I've got a 1990s version, and they're pretty close. But if you look at it now, the printed dictionaries or the dictionaries online, it's pathetic how they've changed them. It's all this woke nonsense meanings. It's insane. Right, Battery? Woke dictionaries. And Merriam-Webster's doing it too.
Here's my car.
They changed the definition of nationalism. The definition of nationalism, and I checked both my oldest 1930s dictionary and the one I got from the 90s. They both say somebody that shows pride in their country. And now, if you look at it, it's this fascistic, neo-Nazi type. They make nationalism sound horrible.
Apex, are you on Chiliad?
No.
Where are you? That doesn't look very familiar to me.
Actually, I might be, because it's supposed to be like parts of California. Is it making sound though?
No.
Okay, good. Because I didn't want it to be too loud.
No, it's not coming through at all. But like, you really
Shadow.
need to learn how to drive.
No, I am trying to drive down the mountains, so there is that.
Shadow said time travel. They changed everything. Hey, Shadow, I got one question for you. Is it Berenstein Bears or Berenstein Bears?
Berenstein.
Oh, yeah, let's go into that debate. Okay, whatever.
It is interesting. I remember it differently than it is. But you know, it's just one of those things that apparently I misunderstood in school, I guess.
I'm almost
Yeah,
there.
you are a shitty driver. No wonder why you had so many damn problems going down to Emeralds. If you drive like that, shit.
What I was gonna ask Canoes.
I just wanted to get to the road.
If any flashbacks has occurred while he driving.
Too many.
Yeah, the day he lost the wheel.
Yeah.
Apex, that's pretty bad when your character bails out of the car on you and would
Dude,
rather
right?
walk through traffic than to ride with you driving.
You're not wrong. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna get the hot knife out.
I don't know where Huckleberry's at, Miriam. I sent her a text, told her I didn't have to work tomorrow, or at least early tomorrow. I figured she'd be here.
Of course, it spawns across a busy interstate. All right, I'm going for it. Run! Run!
Apex is so high that his character's high.
Actually, there's something to be said about that.
Fire whistle. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Now, I know the map pretty well from watching other gamers play it, but I can't figure out where you are. Are you on like 13?
Let me go downtown. This will make things a little more.
Yeah, okay. Because I think you're up in Blaine County.
Miriam, I deleted Twitch. I have no Twitch account, no nothing. Yeah.
Oh,
It was.
I know where you're at now. You're heading into Toledo.
I blocked everybody, Battery. Before I closed it down, I did all the blocks. I took my email off. I got rid of Twitch. Yeah. So all of y'all got blocked, but it was because I was shutting down Twitch. But my phone operates so much better without Twitch even being on it, because even if I wasn't using it, it was doing something and slowing my phone down.
Huh.
You must hate 24/7s. It's
Just
like shooting all the liquor and everything.
It makes them go faster and it gives you more money. Now I just gotta escape the cops.
Go rob the Fleeca Bank down the road.
Right. You'll never catch me, coppers.
Actually, I don't have much. I always feel bad because, like, when people text me, I never have time to text them back anyways, and then they end up thinking I'm mad. It's like, no, I really just, a lot of times I get home, I shower, I eat, and I go to bed, especially this time of year. my life is not terribly interesting. It's work, shower, sleep. Like my lunch break is literally while I'm driving between jobs.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Not healthy either, because it's like a convenience store sandwich or burrito or something. It's
Right.
not healthy. And then if I'm off on Sunday, it's pretty much just sleep or work on my yard. Speech to text isn't evil, in my opinion, Battery. It just has no idea what the hell Ragged's saying, so it gets confused.
I mean, there is that.
Fire in a bowl.
Fire in the bowl. Hold up. I could actually stop for that. As I run over some.
Take you a little bit there, Ragged.
I think this is the last one for me. I'm going to pass out here in a couple of minutes.
Right on.
I stayed up way too late last night.
Oh, the night before. The night before last, when you and I stayed up chatting, they called me at 6 o'clock and they're like, "Can you come in?" I'm like, "Oh shit." Yeah.
Don't you hate when that happens?
Yeah.
Oh, that's about the worst.
Yep. So like 2 hours of sleep, and it was like 9 hours too, and boring. It was more hurry, wait. So I'm like, oh, dude, I sucked down so much coffee that whole day. It was horrible.
Yeah,
So,
I stayed up late last night too. I didn't get to bed until about 9 o'clock this morning.
Oh wow. Wow.
So
God, we talked the other night until 3 o'clock my time, I think.
Yeah, we shut down at like I think 1:30, 2 o'clock last night, but I was just up.
Nice.
That sucks. Miriam can't go to Yellowstone because the park is closed, apparently.
I sincerely didn't know Yellowstone closed.
Yeah, that's kind of strange. I think I would have heard about that if they had closed it.
Yeah.
Well, Miriam, if you want to substitute, go to Grand Teton National Park.
Hey,
it's just a little bit south of Yellowstone. It's gorgeous.
Grand Canyon. You can't miss with Grand Canyon also. Especially if you take one of the sky lifts, go across it. You cannot miss. But I agree with Canoe too.
Yeah, Grand Teton, that's some of the prettiest mountains in the whole of the Rockies.
It might be a few camps that maybe some of the roads are still blown in, Miriam, but as a whole, I bet you there's places you can get to. Or there's also places I know they'll shut down certain areas if the wolves are in a migration path because they've had some attacks.
I'm going to look it up right now.
Sorry, Huckleberry. I ain't that high.
Huckleberry's here.
Miriam either. I've been working on the second heater and ain't been paying attention. I'm sorry. I'm bad. So I finding the same thing out with the other heater.
To snowmobiles.
What?
Oh, sorry.
I'm thinking, according to the park's website, it might be most of the roads might be closed in the park because of the weather, and the snow and everything.
Yep. Still open, but you could probably rent a snowmobile affordably. But if you do want to do a snowcat tour, expect on about $1,200 per person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those snowcat tours are freaking awesome, though. They really are. It sounds insane, but it's a full day, lunch, everything. You're inside a heated snowcat. You get to get out in places that nobody else goes. So it's pretty cool. They've got them here in Colorado, too.
And you're nice and warm.
Right. Yep.
Not like on the back of a snowmobile where you freeze your tootsie off.
Yep. And apparently the drivers are always really like heat. So don't wear layers because you will sweat it all off. My head itches. Maybe I shouldn't have completely shaved it.
Bad thoughts.
It changed my look. I do not look like myself because I got a beard growing in and a shaved head now. Completely reversed it. I used to be clean shaven and then a full head of hair. Yep, that's what you get for doing something on a whim.
Well, my game sucks.
Well, I'm going to take off, folks, because
Yeah.
I got to get some sleep. So, Apex, keep it running as long as you want.
Yes, sir. Will do.
Bye-bye, Canute.
Take care, man.
Catch y'all later.
So, how goes it?
So, Singularity, are you growing a mustache or just the beard?
Yeah, I got the full beard, mustache, everything going. I'm going to be furry on the face and bald on top.
Mustache brush.
Nice. Nice.
All the guys in my family are like short hair with big beards. I was like one of the outlaws with it. So I figured, you know what? I'm just going to do it, see how it turns out. So, and the only problem is from being stupid and mouthy when I was younger, I got a lot of scars on my head.
What? Doers? Mama, what?
There. Skin. I'm sure someone will call me that probably, Huck. Luckily, I've got plenty of friends pretty much in all aspects of life, so they should know by now I'm not.
Okay, I get it. You need to go out. Uh-huh.
That's what my dog was doing the other night, Kim, when it was talking into the it would not give me a break. Just kept hollering at me the whole night.
What's going on, Dave?
Hey, everybody. How y'all?
What's going on, man?
Shit. Dave's bald as shit, too. He shaved his head.
I always shave my head. Just
I
wanted
right now.
I wanted to show you this video. That's why I came on. So it's kind of cool. Let me share it just so I can share my screen. I'll put it over here and share the audio. All right. Go ahead and put it on and I'll play it. Hey, Chris, can you put it on?
I don't have the admin right now. Hang on a second. No. Saying you got it?
I can't see the chat.
All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
There you go.
All right, this is
What's that?
Video. You know.
On time.
Okay.
Stain bears.
It's trippy.
Wait.
Where's my lighter? I got electric lighter.
Watch.
I hung this thing up. I bought it a long time ago. My cousin painted that.
This video has been verified as unedited.
I've decided to move it over there
because this was live streamed.
Hell of it. I'm only bringing it up.
That's 100%. I'm plugging in my lighter.
Things in the wall inside this room right here. So it's the night I did this, just a couple nights ago, that really weird stuff started to happen in that room, and things. I thought I was going crazy. I thought I was seeing stuff. So I'm just gonna do this video so you guys can see.
He was doing it live.
Show it to you live. This book.
What?
Books.
It's the blue.
Book. It's something like my brother and I used to have growing up, and
Dad bought me this cord
to look on the internet about this crap and some weird stuff going on here.
Watch.
Stain bears. So I had this book.
He's a novice.
But I had this book in my closet when they came over.
I see that. He's echoing.
Kind of going out there to see them. And I dug it out.
I hate the echo.
I noticed that the Berenstain had said Berenstain in that room. But I come out here.
I heard the word Berenstain twice.
Part of the house, and
that's what I'm saying.
So
audio,
so you know,
not 5x5. Negative on the 5x5.
Watch.
Doorway. What happens? And it's fucking weird.
Ready?
All right.
This was live
in the room. See it?
Now look at it.
And then back out here.
Berenstain.
What the fuck?
Berenstain.
Berenstain.
I always remembered as a kid as Berenstain Bears.
Berenstain.
Well, look, that's what he's trying to show you guys. It's weird in the room.
Oh, that's the fucking African effect or something.
That shit is changing.
Watch. Look,
Mandela
watch.
effect,
You see that?
Mandela. Thank you.
See? Look at that.
Mandela effect. The shit goes away that makes you remember the past.
I just know
they're erasing our past.
You're in that room.
The motherfuckers.
The
they ain't gonna get away with it.
With these two
this guy did this shit live
beyond me
and showed the Mandela effect live on camera.
Right. It's the Berenstain Bears. No,
it is
Bears.
Over here, it's not.
Right now, but
well, then I must not be in the right reality or something.
It kind of lends credence to the whole, us crossing.
We're gonna fuck them up. No, we're gonna fuck them up.
Yeah,
we got them. We got them busted.
Yeah,
they're busted.
I'm saying parallel universe.
There's receipts this time. No, this time.
It's crazy because for the longest time, my grandmother held on to all those books from when I was a kid. And then the second that I go look for them, poof, apparently between 20, 25 years and then they decide to finally get rid of them.
Oh, wait, I got chat button. Let me see what's going on in the chat.
Battery, he was going through the doorway and it was changing from Berenstain Bears to Berenstain Bears, like as he was showing it pretty well.
Apex. Yeah, Huckleberry home. Hey, what's up, Battery Addiction? I didn't see my chat button. I need this on a pop out though. That's what's gonna happen.
Apex, Singularity,
I
Kim.
can't do a pop-out chat on my phone. That's the problem.
Right on, Misfit. Thanks for that video. That was badass. Actually, I've never seen that.
Yeah.
Could you throw that in the private chat so I can?
Chat.
It's on my computer. So how would you like me to send that to you?
If you could just toss it in private chat, I could copy it.
Okay.
I got to send that to my sister. We were actually talking about that a couple days ago.
Yeah, it's I believe it's on YouTube. I know that, but I got the unedited, fresh cut off the lovely dark web. I mean, it's on YouTube. It's probably not edited. You just got.
Is there any
That's some nice juice there, man.
Is there any links with it of the verification or anything?
I believe so. Let me see.
Yeah,
Right on. Right on.
Check.
Okay, Huck.
It is what it is.
So how you been, Aaron? I haven't seen you for a while, man.
I don't know. Someone sent me two bottles of the series juice, and we got all kinds of like vaginal.
There we go.
Vaginal.
That's. It's a little weird.
I don't think that. There. Yeah, I don't think that keeps well, man.
It's from South Africa.
South African vaginal juice. I still don't think it keeps well.
Yeah.
No. Well, I gotta drink it. It's my duty.
I always thought that was
I drank it last night, and
careful, bro. You might get that African hurt.
I always thought it was like a time of use type of thing, you know.
I'm on a schedule. I know my bowel systems and stuff. No,
Apex.
Everything's recorded.
I'll be right back, guys.
You don't want to get the shits camping in winter. It's uncomfortable.
Right on. I got that. Thank you, Misfit. Appreciate that.
And Apex, you got it there first.
I didn't pull the filter
Apex,
off of this fucker. That's all right. Oh! I got the electronic lighter plugged in. Now, you got to remember to plug in and the lighting on. Look! Oh! All right. So the USB, it's a little colder. Hold on. Temperature check. Actually, it's warm tonight. 70% humidity and it's 38 degrees. No, look. Sometime, like if you wiggle the cord, I want to charge the motherfucker. And if I wiggle the cord, look, the light goes out. It's bullshit. It happens on my phones.
Oh my God. Apex. I cannot believe I was looking up the Mandela effect terminology to show some of the valid, verifications for him. Mandela. And this guy made a quote in one of the links that were in there. It's called iFunny. And it said the Mandela effect. Yeah, he goes, it's also happening with my penis. It's really big when I'm alone, but whenever I show it to anyone, it gets really small. Mandela effect. That was hilarious. Boop, boop. All right, I'm going to bed. Night.
Peace, bro.
And I got to plug my lighter in. Fucking bullshit. And look, the blue light went out. I don't know, I got to bend a cord or something. Fucking assholes. No, they built the shit to break. The charging port and cords and shit. They're built to break. Hold on. Which way do I got to... Okay, I got to bend it down. Hold on. Nah, it if you bend it down a little fuck. There it is. It's gonna charge, but that wire's gotta be bent around the motherfucker or something. How it goes. I'm just telling you, this shit all no, and my phone is a year. In 1 year, it's gonna die. I ain't buying no $800 fucking phone. Everyone's like, Aaron, you need a better phone. No, I don't.
Well, that was a new one. My phone just like out of the blue decided to reset, even though it had 80% battery.
That's weird.
I'm at 92%.
Too much truth being spewed.
I'm glad I'm at 92%. And I'm charging my fucking stupid lighter over here. But it saved my ass. I gotta give it that. But I don't want to move all my big lighters over here. I'll lose all of them. No, I gotta get up to get a lighter. We'll leave it like that. Now, if I bring my whole stash of lighters over here, then they're all gonna get lost. All of them. And fucked up. No. Leave them over here. I'm charging up the
What the hell are you talking about? Big lighters.
My lighter.
Where are your big lighters?
No, this one's got the blue light on. I'm charging it, dude.
Oh,
it's like
the
it's
plasma
like
one?
super backup. No, it's USB to mini rechargeable. Like a badass. No, someone sent. One of my chatters sent me this and said,
That's pretty
Aaron,
cool.
see if it works.
Well,
I'll prove this product.
I'm not.
You got to plug the fucker in now. You know. You got to be on
Possibly, Huckleberry. I'm not important enough for him to restart my phone, though. I'm just a pole hillbilly out in Podunk.
See,
Not
that Mandela effect stuff, it'll get you. It's a rabbit hole that'll make your brain hurt.
Yeah, I've been down rabbit holes.
Yeah.
They're cool, but yeah, it fucking hurts you.
Uh-huh.
You got to pay the price if you want to learn to understand.
I'll tell you what. I started down the Nickelodeon Disney rabbit hole. Started off with Dan Schneider and then progressed all the way down. Oh, Disney and Nickelodeon are dark places.
Elvis. I will say it was kind of weird because as soon as I copied that link, as soon as I copied that link, my phone reset.
It wasn't me.
That was wild.
Miss Miriam, Miss Pup. No, Miss Miriam escaped from Canada and then escaped from Mexico.
My name's still singularity plurality, right? I mean,
yes.
I didn't enter some type of paradox.
Yeah, no, you good.
Stop saying. Oh,
hey,
I'm
Aaron, how you
chat.
doing,
Hold on, I gotta get back to the. Yeah, I'm reading the chat. Hold on, I gotta go back. Watch, I'm gonna fuck it up. Oh, there I am.
She's
okay,
visiting Don Bear. She's probably pretty high.
Oh, Don makes the best butter, and he calls it smutter. And you're getting some sandwiches or whatever you put fucking butter on, some smokies, some brownies, some. You can put it on your eggs in the morning. No, when I went and visited Don Bear, and Don's got a tolerance, so. No, he gave me a fucking big dose. That's like 5 hours of fucking wow.
5 hours of wow.
Yeah.
That is an awesome endorsement.
It's 2 movies. No. Don's got movies. He fucking sit on the couch and he watch 2 movies. It's like 4 hours, couple of bathroom breaks or something, you know. But you're just sitting there on the couch going, You're a flycatcher.
I disagree, Ragged. Ragged, I disagree with you. He went from looking like Gandalf when he had the beard, but since he shaved, now he looks like Frodo.
It's true. Yeah.
I go from Gandalf. Wait, come on. Just make me Aragorn for 1 second. I want to
you
be
would
a
have had
hero.
to like trim it.
I want to be a hero. I want to be.
But you would have had to
I
trim
wanna
your
be the
beard and just
king
keep it
for-
short.
1 second. Then it goes away. No, not.
When he's got like that half, he does kind of have that Aragorn look, you know.
Yeah, but when it's
The
growing out,
beard grows quick.
Yeah.
I like my beard. I like my beard. I'm shaving all summer. Fuck them bugs.
I keep the permanent Shaggy from Scooby Doo look.
There you go.
Like, hey, gang.
You're a happy camper, dude. It's all fucking good.
Of course. This is why I have the confetti of color all over me.
I gotta take a shot. That's all there is to it. But we're putting that ciggy out. It's the fucking cigarettes are nasty.
Bro, you're telling me I'm about to switch it up and just choose one smoking vice. and let the
No,
other be-
man, my rollies are better. Warehouse Dweller smoking. I bought a carton off of Warehouse Dweller.
Yeah.
He's buying like Indian red cigarettes. It's $3 a pack.
Oh, man.
They're rough.
Yeah.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yo, so can I get a fire in the bowl from everybody?
That'd be a qualifier shot. Hold
Yes.
on. I gotta do chaser and then we can do.
Okay.
Hey, I got that fucking roach up there.
Wait.
There's a big roach. Fucking thing. Yeah, it's doing me good tonight. I roll a big fatty. I roll a big fatty joint. All right. Am I allowed to break out Monica?
Sure.
I gotta do a spider check.
Mhm.
Motherfucker. Get the fuck out of there.
You swallowing a spider is good content, though.
It really is.
It is. It's quick
We get
clip.
so many
The clip is out there. I don't own my own clip. No, but it seems like the drunker I get, the better I play. I don't know. You guys be the judge.
Yes. Great.
Fire in the motherfucking bowl.
You got a
Chatter's
two
still
for.
up, you guys.
You got a two for. You
No, I'm
violated
on
my
lesson
ears
one.
and that harmonica.
I'm on lesson one. Hold on. Yeah, now we gotta learn to play the harmonica before I actually play a song. And it said, work on your breathing, your ups, your downs, your scale, your fucking this and that. The high notes are tough. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so I did the blahs. Yeah.
YouTube tutorials.
What's up, Sid? Kimmy? Apex?
No,
Aaron?
it's all good.
How's
I
it
know.
going?
I can't do chat and live.
How's it going, man?
It's fucking weird for me, but I'm glad I can give you guys a play. Oh,
Storm
what
finally
am I
passed.
doing?
Yeah, man, we finally got past some of the storm stuff, and
Cool.
I
Now
was
you
able
send it my way. I get it.
to go outside
Oh,
without
we
getting
gotta light the fucking joint with the fucking cyborg later here. No,
Dang, Aaron. Yeah, you're lagging behind, bro.
no, someone sent me. It's a USB to US, like your phone fucking thing.
Can you light the bolt with that?
I'm gonna light this joint with it. I
Oh,
hope I don't like ruin my nose.
Hey, Marion. How you doing, my Huckleberry? What's up, Elvis?
I'm gonna
Dragon.
laugh. Aaron's getting into like
Hi,
his
Wiz!
nose.
Hi.
Yeah, it's like close to the nose.
It doesn't put off any heat though, does it?
I need to get tased. Oh, there we go. Hey. There's weed. I'm weed in here. No, it's making my eyes droop. I got eye droop.
Hi, Drew.
You got some eye drip going.
Ubers!
Goobers.
Hey, Wiz, you want to see something? This is one giant brick of keef right here.
The brick of what?
Brick of keef.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I've just been kind of shaving it off in the bowls.
Oh, God.
That's like spice.
Yeah. It's the finest spices of life.
I always figured that's what spice was in the movie Dunes. They were all just fucking jamming.
Right?
A whole planet
Hold
of
on, I got
spice.
no. I can smoke this later.
You're going to smoke it later.
Yeah, no, I'm good. I got like 5, 6 inches here, so it's good enough. I'm good to go.
Got
got
the boys
some-
in.
Close it. No, let's charge up the electronic later.
I'm going to smoke this right now.
Probably should.
Yeah, I'm in dilemma mode over here.
I got ketchup to do. You know,
Me
this
too.
Fucking dilemma mode. Now we gotta get the blue light. There we go. No, and then I shake the wire. No, something's going on here. I shake the wire. Yeah, they're fucking me.
Oh, yeah.
Well, the wire's messed up.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I got till the east. What the fuck? I hold my fucking lighter like this. No, it's a fail.
The cord's fucked up.
Yep. No, the cord ain't fucked up. The cord's from Deb. No, Deb sent me some fucking good cord. She said, "Here, take that, motherfucker." No. Deb spent some money on some cords. She sent them to me, and they fucked up on my other phone. On my new phone, they work great. I mean, A++. Very nice. And I got Deb's cord. I plugged Deb's cord in the phone. I unplugged it from the later.
Oh, that was a good hit.
Nope. It's charging. It's fucking good. It's good. No, Deb's got. She sent me some good cords. They stopped working on the other phone, and now
He is a pie pusher. You
Yeah,
are a
you know
pusher
what
of
time
pie.
it is, right?
Deb's
It's time for pie.
See? He's a pusher of pies.
Hey, an
Eric,
idea.
it's time for pie. Get out your pie.
dude. No wonder you got a pouch.
I don't have a pouch.
You got
No, Wiz don't have a pouch.
Wiz got
You
a pouch.
would know that
Fuck
if
that.
you would have showed
I
up. for
fucking
Wiz
hike
on
every
4th of
fucking
July.
day.
Wiz
Wiz
don't
got a
have
pouch.
pouch.
He's a pie eating motherfucker.
And Kimmy can tell you I don't have an ass either.
No,
Yeah.
no ass, no pouch. No baggage.
Hey, Wiz, can you throw the link up there?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Shaw.
Shaw. Colonel
Nightingale,
Shaw.
come up.
Hi, Nightingale. Also, if you didn't hear me before.
Fucking Colonel Shaw. Colonel Shaw's cool, dude. He's
Colonel Shaw's a
trying
shit.
to live his life just like us. You know what I mean? He's down to earth, and
Hey, Nightingale.
it's like all the other people.
Right.
Fucking hang out. Hey, I got a drink.
Officer on deck, Colonel.
Ragged Coin, it is my dream to one day have a pie factory. Yes.
I'm still at a bar. I'm washing the dishes at my bar. There you go. Sounds like Kimmy's bitching.
Colonel Shaw is on.
I hear Kimmy bitching in the background.
Aaron, I think.
Mm.
Hey, Aaron, I think you're so
her.
toasted that half the time you forget the rest of us are here.
Oh, I see it. I see it. No,
Right.
no. I can either have the panel or the chat. They won't give me both. The motherfuckers.
I know.
No, I got a spot for chat and everything. They won't let me put it there. Like I like chat. Like Miss Miriam's in chat.
That's why you gotta double tab it. That's
I
what
need a pop out chat on my phone. They won't let me do it. No, I just need a pop out chat on my phone. It'll solve all issues.
I can half and half my screen.
Yeah.
No, but if I'm on my laptop, I can do all kinds of shit. And I want to do all kinds of shit. Cheers.
Hey.
For kitty cats.
Pie in the sky for a pie shop.
Emerald Huck's talking about ass again.
Oh, really?
Yeah, scroll up.
Glitter butts. Glitter butts for all. Elvis said something to her.
Tonight.
Hey, Kimmy,
She
question.
responded.
Oh, this is
Should I or should I not go to Hog Rock?
Go where?
Hog Rock? I feel like I should.
I don't know. I ain't heard of that one.
Oh, man. Oh, now I wish canoes were here because it happens over. Well, it's near you guys. It's up at Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's in Illinois. It's at Cave and Rock. It's supposed to be like the Midwest biggest like.
Kimmy's in Ohio.
I know. I got my left and right confused. I'm sorry.
Oh, God.
What is it, Apex?
Midwest largest 18 plus biker rally.
Okay, it's one of the biker rallies. Yeah. I ain't heard about that.
Bikers. I know a bunch of bikers.
But a lot of my biker ones they shut down and
not now,
different stuff now called different.
Hey. Yeah, so I used to be a biker.
I might have to go out.
You ain't gonna hear that.
Pretty lit.
No, Huckleberry, it won't be my fault. It's either now the pie thing. I'll take credit for that. Okay,
Cheers,
but
Nightingale.
Oh, Nightingale's taking off.
No, she says fire in the bowl.
Oh, fire in the bowl.
Hold on, I'm going
to the activity. Hey, let me tell you something. The activities that I'm doing, a pie ain't gonna hurt me.
Go in the chat. Colonel Shaw, what's up?
We've Nightingale and Huck.
Nightingale, come on up. Huckleberry.
I finished up those kennels the other day and didn't get a video of it. I know.
I can't look do the panel and the chat at the same time. I don't understand why I can't. I think I need another screen.
You look
Like,
at you can talk to us without seeing us. You can read the chat.
no, don't work that way in my brain, man.
I know your brain. We're not sure.
I got to get another screen for the chat. Really?
I didn't say it.
like I don't know. I mean,
It was not me.
Aaron retires in desperate need of brain force.
Yes.
He's got a school full of vodka.
some colloidal silver or something.
He needs some ginkgo biloba with DHA and some brain
Ginkgo biloba. Let's see some purple spots, motherfuckers.
Wiz, speaking of TH, oh wait, you said never mind. I
No,
thought you said
Ginkgo
THCA.
biloba.
Never mind.
Oh, hey, you know what else makes me see purple spots is guarana.
Oh, guarana's great. That'll keep you pepped up.
Yeah, a little too pepped up for my taste.
Yeah.
Fuck that. I'm already pepped up. I am just drinking vodka and some kind of juice from South Africa.
I
feel good.
He's got that Russian liquid Adderall going right now.
I finally got that.
Like I got some I think they dumped some pharmaceuticals in that juice from South Africa.
Yeah.
I
finally got those.
They said, yeah, it's making you feel good.
Oh, nice.
From Don.
Yeah.
Yeah, I finally got the seed pack from Don. So
nice.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's gonna be fun.
Yeah. Right now I've got 4 different strains started. I've got.
Oh my God.
I got a bunch of 9-pound hammers that are sprouting.
Nice.
And I've got an OMG.
And coin.
How is he doing after his surgery?
He's who?
Well, I think I got an emergency later in my
Oh, he's doing great. He's doing great. He's back to his own meanness.
Yeah. Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Back to being grumpy.
All grizzly. Yeah.
I think this summer I'm just gonna end up renting a car and coming out there.
Right.
Yeah. There's no way my Jeep's gonna make it again. Like the more I think about it, like it's just falling apart at this point.
Like, well, you gotta fix it. You just gotta do the work and fix it up.
Well, I gotta get a welder and get some panels welded at least.
I'm working on getting me a truck.
Yeah.
It's a four-door truck. Matter of fact, you guys seen it. It's the red one that's sitting out here on the property.
Oh yeah.
It's still sitting here, and the guy, he ain't paid me the $100 a month that he's supposed to been paying me. He ain't paid me since Ryan, even before Ryan and Joey died. So I'm gonna tell him I'll wipe off the debt if he signs over that truck.
Boom, done. Now let's just hope the mice haven't gotten in there and chewed things up.
Oh no, I've been going out and checking it and stuff.
Nice.
He finally put it in his name, so I don't gotta worry about finding the one that he got it from.
Right.
And getting him to put it in my name. Now Dean finally put it in his own name, so now it's all legal far as that go. I ain't gotta go.
He's supposed to give you $100 a month for it.
Huh?
He's supposed to give you $100 a month.
No, he's supposed to pay me $100 a month for the truck sitting here and all of his crap sitting here on my property.
Oh wow!
Because all the vehicles except the Ryan's vehicle and my black one and Joey's camper. All the rest of the vehicles and the other camper and stuff is all his shit.
Oh wow.
So he's supposed to be paying me $100 a month, which ain't nothing for storage.
Right. It cost him a whole lot more than that in some kind of parking storage.
Yeah, so I'm going to tell him if he don't want to pay me the $100 a month,
The back for 2 years. Yeah.
then hand over the title.
Sounds reasonable.
But, hey, go and figure out how much that truck is worth. Okay. And then figure out how much time he hasn't paid and how much that's worth.
Yeah.
And then turn around and say, look, if you give me the truck, your past debt's taken care of, and this will last you another year of storage. Incentivize it for him.
Yeah, either that or like I said, it's sitting here along with everything else.
But I'm just saying, yeah, it'll take care of all of his other storage bills for the next month, for the next year.
Yeah.
As well as take care of the past due. And all he's got to do is sign the title over for that truck.
Well, first I'll ask him how much he want for the truck.
Well, probably around 3,600, 3,500 would be
Nope.
doable.
I know I won't never give him nothing like that because he got it for like maybe only $500 or something.
Right.
And he ain't done no work to it. It still needs the work done on it far as engine wise.
Oh,
He brought it out here to fix it and there it sits.
Oh, wow. Oh, okay. I thought it was a good running truck.
Well, yeah, I mean, he bought the parts for it. The parts was in the cab of it, but I think he got hard up on money and took the parts and sold them and ain't never fixed it.
Well, there you go. Well, however it goes. I was just saying, yeah, I was just thinking,
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I hear you there.
No, I ain't going to give him over what he paid for it,
Yeah, is anybody really here? I don't know. Yeah, I was commenting on chat. Right?
I'm here.
Oh, Colonel Shaw's in.
Yeah.
Who just dropped out?
Aaron dropped out a while ago.
Yeah, I thought maybe somebody else did.
No.
Oh, but yeah, no shit, man. We had a storm come through here. It quit about 15 minutes ago. I was able to finally get outside and go start up the generator. It's been overcast and cloudy all day, so I had energy today, but that was it.
We ended up getting a snowstorm moving in about 3 o'clock.
Yeah, all that stuff's going north of me. Wait.
Well, yeah, because yours, yeah, I remember where you're at. I'm like way north of you in comparison. I forgot about that. Yep.
Oh yeah. But yeah, that's and the jet stream's going northeast.
Yep.
On this side of it of you. So.
Yep. And we're right in that dip of all that cold weather that brings a lot of moisture down the right on the edge of that cold dip.
Yeah. Now we're supposed to get it's only going to be a high of like 43, 44 degrees tomorrow.
Wow.
I'm not going to be able to get much done because I'm going to be setting stuff up to dry because of all the rain. But I'm glad for the rain. Don't get me wrong. Now all my seat starts are out there. All of them are getting soaked and started. So I'm all jazzed about that.
Is it staying mostly above freezing over there?
Yeah. Yes,
Nice.
Friday night I'm gonna have to bring in the spicy tomatoes.
Yeah.
I bring those in because it's gonna get down to like 28,
Yeah.
20 degrees. I'll bring those in for the night, but the seeds are still all in the ground as far as the garden goes.
Okay.
So, yeah, they're getting cold like that, just below freezing. We'll just kickstart the seeds if they're
Yeah.
not started already. So,
I
There you go.
bought a bunch of aquariums to where I start my seeds in, and the damn tomato plants are climbing out of the aquarium already. I can't put them in the ground yet.
Oh no.
right?
Oh no.
Making planter boxes.
Yeah, it's just crazy. They're just ready to go. I've never had them blow up that quick.
Oh, nice, nice. Well, you know what? I looked out today, and all of a sudden, there's leaves on the plum trees, and the pear tree is leaving out, and
Crap.
yeah,
I hope
and
you don't get on hard trees.
oh no! It'd have to get down to 26, 25, 26 degrees before the the fruit trees have a problem with the cold, and they have to be there for several hours.
That's what killed my trees 2 years ago. That's why I had to buy new ones last year, because we had a late freeze.
Yeah, we had
Wiped
that
them
late
out.
through, but it was there for about 12 hours, and it killed all the fruit. We didn't have a single plum, peach,
Yeah.
nothing. You know, we
Take care
barely.
of it. Shut up. My
Oh,
bad.
Colonel, taking off. All right, bud.
Yeah,
Colonel,
I didn't mean to
take it
interrupt
easy,
you. I
brother.
just wanted to tell them bye.
Yeah, have a great day, Colonel.
See, and we had that freeze that moved in for like 2 or 3 days a couple of years ago. So I mean, it just wiped everything out.
Right, right. But
My
yeah, it's only supposed to get down to like 28, 29, and it's only supposed to be there for like an hour or so.
nice.
So it immediately warms back up because that's just before the sun comes up. It gets down to like 28, 29. And then sun comes out, it kicks up 5, 6 degrees right there.
See, that's the worst part about it. When we get those late freezes, they stick around for a couple of days. Shaw, have a good day, man. I hope you have a really good day.
Bye,
But,
Colonel Shaw. See you tomorrow.
He's my brethren. So he's in the same area my family came from.
Oh, wow.
Close
Right.
to the same area. Yeah. I
But
doubt
tree,
we're actually related. But
oh my God, Sing, I got to take pictures of this tomorrow. The peach trees are loaded with blossoms. They're just
nice.
absolutely
Oh,
loaded.
wow.
Nice. I cannot keep a peach tree alive here. Even those northern ones that they say will grow in colder climates, I cannot keep one alive.
Well, I'll tell you what. You know what I did? I had one that kind of died on me, and I cut it down at ground level because it was kind of like, you know, just scraggly pieces growing out of the edge, you know, where
Right.
it
Yep.
was looking bad. So I just went ahead and cut it all down to the ground. And then the next year it started growing. Now it's a bush.
That's how my one. I bought that new plum tree last year, and heck, 2 years ago I had cut down the plum tree, thinking it was dead. And last year, all of a sudden, now I got a plum bush and a plum tree because it came up as a bush.
Yeah, the peach tree came back as a like a bush. So I started cutting out all the sideways and downward facing limbs and trimmed it up and last fall.
Nice.
And it topped it off, rounded it up on top, and it's growing like crazy now.
Nice.
I was like,
nice.
Yeah, it's gonna be a plum. It's gonna be a peach bush.
Yep. Our local out of CSU in Fort Collins, they've got a big federal agriculture thing. They come out and look at stuff for free through the college and everything, and they the guy came out and told me, he's like, you're probably going to have bushes all over the place. He said, because when those die out on top, if there's a little bit of the root left, that root's probably going across your ground and going to start popping up little plum bushes everywhere.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's cool. You know what you do when that happens, right? You transplant them to where you want them.
Right. Yep.
Dig them up, transplant them to where you want them.
Yep. I won't mind if they start producing plums.
Right. Right. Well, that's the idea, but they won't produce plums till the third year.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's like all these 3-in-1 trees. The cherry, possibly I might see minimal cherries, but a lot of them, that's what they say. Yeah, 3 to 4 years.
So yeah, you just have to just get her done, and watch those little sprouts when they come up, and protect them, and actually put a ring around them or something, and do the wood chips on it, and then let that thing go to fall. And in the fall, once it loses all its leaves and sets up for winter, then you can dig that bitch up and put it where you want it.
Got a little tiny pine tree that I don't even know. There's no pine trees within 10 blocks, or well, this whole town's only about 6 blocks, but there's no pine tree that I know of in this town. They're all elms and stuff. And somehow I got a little tiny pine tree coming up in my front yard.
Birdie flew over and pooped out the seeds.
You're right. Got it from the next town over. I guess they have a lot of pine trees, but none here.
Oh, wow.
We got some massive American elms in this town, though.
I think this year is going to be a really good year for growing things.
So. You know,
in my front yard over at the side, I went out there looking today, and I see that a lot of my flowers is popping up. And I told my daughter, I said, now's the time for me to get out there and dig up all the flowers that is popping up and put them in the crate thingies. And as the other kind pops up, because they pop up at different times, but as the flowers start popping up, I need to dig them all up to make that whole section out there where the flowers has been growing, make it my garden, because it's in the front part of the yard.
Southward facing side of your house. Yep.
Yeah. It's right out by the road part where the fence is.
Well, that's because there's no trees out there.
No, they are, but it kind of around it. But that's the part that the flower bed has been for years. And
right.
I don't like it there because when I try to mow or anything, it's just the right width that I end up cutting some of them off.
Oh, wow. Right.
So I'm going to move them to a spot that, like in the, put them in actual flower boxes and stuff and make that part as my garden.
Well, guys, it's 1 o'clock for me. I'm gonna have to jump off here. But
take care.
Yeah. Wait a minute. No, you don't get out of this.
Yeah, I do.
I need to know some things.
Yes.
What's her name?
What's up?
What's her name?
Oh, what's her name? Oh, her name's Autumn.
Autumn. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. She's 22.
Is she still cool with you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it was pretty much an instantaneously. Hey, we got this connection.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did you ever try that bookstore or that reading? The book thing I told you about. You ever try that?
You're gonna have to remind me again. So
Go
I
into
guess
a
that
coffee
answers your
shop.
question, right? What?
Yep. Apparently you didn't. Where I told you to go into a coffee shop, pick out a good book sometime, go into a coffee shop
Oh,
and start
that
reading.
one. Yeah. No, I never did try that. No, but that's
Mm.
still a good idea. But no, this is actually the niece of a friend. So there we go.
Nice, man. Well, I'm glad to
Yeah.
hear.
Yeah.
Cool.
Things are going well so far. I know, right? Huckleberry, my girlfriend application worked. I can finally take it down. So, but yeah. Anywho's, I'm gonna jump off.
Okay.
And I'll be back tomorrow. Oh, I'm getting a cat. Well, for the next 3 weeks, I'm cat sitting. So,
For who?
my mom and dad, they're going to Florida for 3 weeks, so they need me to take care of the cat.
Do you think you can keep it alive that long?
Yeah. He's gonna be my little stoner buddy. He already technically is. I mean, let's be honest. I raised that cat as a kitten, and they took it over. So, without my consent, by the way, they never asked if they could take that cat over. So, this is me reclaiming my cat.
All right, Nightingale. Sweet dreams, Nightingale. You have a great
Take care,
night.
Nightingale.
See you tomorrow.
Night, Nightingale.
Night, Nightingale.
Good night, Apex.
Oh, hang on a sec.
Yeah,
I'm gonna finish my story though real quick. So,
Okay.
they named the cat Rowdy, but that's not his original name. And then for the next 3 weeks, he's gonna relearn that his name was originally Kane. Yes, I named that cat Kane. It was a black one and a white one. One was Kane, one was Abel. But the coyotes got Abel. So
That's
Kane
the
lives.
The coyotes got Abel.
Yeah, coyotes got Abel. They ended up getting spooked or something when I was changing out the cage, litter, or the litter box and stuff when they were kittens, and they both went through the screening for the window on the porch. So they both got out, couldn't get back in, but so the white one ended up getting got by a coyote, while the other one, sadly, unfortunately, hid in the tall grass and watched it all go down. So terrified of even stepping outside the door anymore.
Right.
So
My brother got eaten.
right, it's bad too because you'll take it. Like, I guarantee you, like, as soon as he hits the car in the cage to come over to the house, it's gonna be "Row, row," the entire time. He hates car rides.
Oh, wow.
But yeah. All right, there's my cat
Well,
story.
before you go, fire in the
Yes.
bowl.
Fire in the bowl one more time. Brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit Farms.
.com.
.com. All right, guys. Have a good night.
Good night, Patriots.
See yas.
Yeah.
Wow. And it's still smoking.
Excuse me. It's still what?
It's still smoking.
Oh, my goodness. Hold on a second. Oh, good Lord. It's making me sneeze.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm back. I stepped on my dog's water dish and splashed water all over the place. Had to mop it up.
Oh, much better. Had to chase off those Missouri elephants.
Pretty good, Huck.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that because we're only here by the grace of the people who participate. So those that contribute, really, you're the reason we're here. Thank you.
So I got a question. Do you guys remember back in like 2010, 2011, when some scientists were saying, don't, because a lot of people were really, like the 2012 Aztec calendar thing, they were like scoffing at it, and some of the scientists were saying, don't dismiss it too easily, because even though it's not going to flip and destroy all life, they said that it's actually right on to a cycle where the Earth will tilt a little bit, and even that tiniest tilt could mess with the polar ice caps, cause massive storms and all that. Do you guys remember that? And all the other scientists were really mocking the ones that were talking about that.
No, I do remember all that, and I was very heavily researched into it too.
Same here.
No, yep. Because I was trying to educate people. I was like, listen, after I did my research, all before that, all that shit came up. We were still in 2010, 2011. And I was like trying to tell people, I was like, listen, the Aztec calendar doesn't end because that's the end of time. This is bullshit.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
There's not going to be a catastrophic collision or any of that bullshit. What's going on is the calendar ended. The Aztec or Mayan calendar ended because time after that date becomes unstable. And then what that means is the cycles are changing. We are getting close to a point they call the Great Rift. And the closer we get to it, the more unstable time is. Now, once we pass through, cross over the Great Rift into the positive side of our solar system, of our galaxy, once we transit the rift, they'll have to remake the calendars. That was the point. That was the purpose. They have to remake the calendars after that point in time because the cycles will be slightly different. The orientation of our poles might be different. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what they were saying back then. Some of those scientists are like, it's basically, it's all cyclical, and that every 20,000 or 40,000 whatever years, and that's kind of what the Aztecs were on, that our climate changes a little bit. And they talked about like accelerated polar cap melt and stuff, and right now they're blaming it all on global warming. But these scientists back then, and apparently even in the 90s, some of them were warning that there's a pole shift that we're kind of past due on. And it's not anything that's gonna, like you said. Yeah,
that happens. Now, the reason the pole shift happens the way that we're talking about isn't because of some polar shift in its fields and all that shit. What's going on is our southern pole, as well as every southern pole of every planet and star in our system, is orientated to that central plane that goes like a black hole has an event horizon. Our galaxy, the source of power that holds together our galaxy, has an event horizon as well. Where we are, it's not very strong because we're very far away from the core of our galaxy. We're on the outer edges of it, actually. And out in this point, it becomes a rift. Okay. But it's still strong enough to ground our southern pole, as well as the southern pole of every star and planet and body in our solar system. Okay. And when we transit to the other side of that rift, our south poles will still be oriented to that rift. But we're going to be on the other side, moving away from it. So when that happens, yeah, guess what? That's how it happens. And that's why their calendar was 25,600 years long. Actually, 26,543. Something like that.
If you really look into what they were saying, they're talking about that it takes tens of thousands of years for the polar caps to refreeze. So if they shifted enough to change the point just a hair of the polar caps, it would only take a few, like a century, maybe 100 years for them to melt, but it's going to take tens of thousands of years for it to refreeze in a new area. So what we're seeing.
Well, here's the other deal of that. The scientists have already done studies of the nature of the space near the rift is hotter, warmer than it is when you're far away from it. Now, every 12,500 years, we reach an apex and we start heading back towards that the rift. Because we travel around the center of our universe like a carousel horse travels around a merry-go-round. That's how we travel around the center of our galaxy as a solar system. It goes 25,600 years above, 25,600 years below. Every 25,600 years, and so maybe a little bit less, but turn around and that's the cycle. We pass through that event horizon at the center of our galaxy every 25,600 years or so.
And it bugs me so bad because that means these scientists know that the self-inflicted global warming is pretty much a scam. I mean, of course, yes, we're causing, we have some cause on it, but we're not the cause. It's a natural cycle of something happening. Those polar ice caps are going to melt whether we're here or not.
Correct. That's why they did it on every other planet. So you're driving your SUV or turning on an incandescent light bulb is not the reason for the bullshit, because it's not going to affect the polar caps of Mars or any other planet in our solar system. And that's what was happening. All the polar caps were being diminished on every planet in our fucking solar system. So you flipping a switch or not is not going to make a difference.
Yep. And then you get, like with a lot of the funding, we're sending hundreds or tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of dollars to this Paris Climate Accord. And then you get these. And then if you look at where it's going, it's giving like tens of millions of dollars for a small group of people to look at the blinking of stars. It has nothing to do with our local climate. It's just a way to give money out to people is what it's become. I think it's a way to disperse those big dollars that the American economy generates. I really do. I think it's a money diversion scam, like a money laundering scam.
And the fact of most of those people that get those, that work at those foundations and those investigation societies and stuff like that don't even exist.
Yeah.
They're just bank account numbers.
It goes to a friend of a friend of a friend, basically.
Oh no, it goes to a set of bank account numbers, because that's how they get paid, automatic payment, right?
Right.
and then all those funds get channeled into the person who's being benefited.
Right.
Let's just say that.
Right, Badger. And you got China, which is one of the worst polluters in the world, yet the USA is bad. And we've got some of the cleanest air qualities in the world, especially with having this third largest population in the world. We've got some of the cleanest air, yet we're bad. Well, it's none of it makes any sense. And then when they mocked, when Trump pulled us out of the climate accord, and this was I was talking to Canoe and Apex earlier, he actually backed the Trillion Tree program to go into Africa, the US, or well, North America, Africa, and then a few other places to really plant the trees to try to like push back the deserts. All these trees with the Trillion Trees, it would pull out so much carbon out of the air, it would set us back to like where we were in the 60s.
Right.
It would have done more immediately.
Our North Pole has been moving for noticeably for the last 20 years. And now, I mean, where it was used to be just a matter of inches, maybe a year, now it's miles of year, every year. Okay. And it's accelerating exponentially. So it's happening. This is happening. They know where it's headed. It's probably going to end up probably south of Norway.
See, now I think it was just a tiny and a singular tiny, but I get what you're saying. Yeah. And it could, hopefully it doesn't too fast, because that could be catastrophic. But
Well,
even with that tiniest movement that they were talking about back in the early 2000s, that tiniest movement, they said it all. They said it could cause catastrophic storms. It could cause that we need to be prepared,
Right.
and they took a lot of that.
Yep. It stabilizes the ionosphere. Now, and there is supporting evidence for that. This is happening because there was a huge issue in 2010 because airplanes were showing up. They were following their GPS and stuff. They were not ending up at the airports where they were supposed to be. And they had to recalibrate the air control systems so that they would be able to get to the airports where they needed to be. And there was a huge deal about it. I don't know if anybody remembers that or not.
Nice. And I wasn't saying you were wrong. I was just saying the part I saw showed a minuscule, but that minuscule, and that's what I was saying, even that minuscule amount, tiny amount, causes big differences, because that means you've got fast warming in places that aren't used to it, and then it also creates a fast cooling in other areas you're not used to it. So it creates it confuses the jet streams we have. It causes massive tornadoes. It causes, extreme weather.
Right. Those polar vortexes, because they were out of place. They were readjusting and they were out of place. And that's why we were getting this Arctic air wiping across the United States. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, I hear you. Yeah. And it would cause, and this is really, normally you would think insignificant movement, but an insignificant movement in our poles is a pretty big deal.
Yep.
So it's really amazing to me that there were scientists pointing this out, and then they got mocked by mainstream science, and now everything they said is coming true. And a lot of these scientists were even saying it in the late 90s, before a lot of the Aztec stuff really became well known or popularly known, that this stuff that we're basically past due to do a small polar shift that could cause these effects we're seeing now. And I think they took that, saw it as a chance to get all their pet projects funded, and called it global warming. Well, then the Earth started cooling, so they had to switch it to climate change so they could still get that funding for all their pet projects. it's disturbing to me that science has become more about business and politics than it has about the science.
Right.
Because I think, you know, we're lost if it becomes political or stays political. We're lost. But yeah, I was reading that, and I think I just learned about the Trillion Tree program today because apparently it's come back in the news that a lot of people are pushing for it, and I thought it was kind of funny that they mocked Trump for doing it, and actually it's proving out to where yes, it could pull a lot of stuff, and what he was thinking is, okay, let's fix it immediately, and then we'll work at getting to different types of energy, because we all know sooner or later we're not going to have enough, you know, there's not enough oil to last forever, there's not enough natural gas to last forever. Yeah, we got a few hundred years, but we can't just shut down the economy and shut down, because you shut down, okay, we shut down fuel, we shut down
singularity. Here's the farce about that. Those are not exclusive creations on this planet. Those are ongoing creations on this planet. That oil,
yeah, but it takes millions of years.
Okay, the gas is a byproduct of the creation of that oil. These are all things that replenish themselves, because they can go back to a well that went dry years later and pump it off again
From seepage that was already there. But I mean, it takes millions of years for the plant and animal life to decay to create that new source.
But that cycle is ongoing. Yeah, but you have to understand, the cycle is ongoing. It continues. It never stops.
Well, and I'm completely content with that. But with pockets where they're at, I mean, it's not like everything we use is constantly going to be regenerated. It'll take time. I mean, we're pumping it out quicker and it's regenerating. Kind of like with the water, you know, we're pumping water out of the ground quicker than our aquifers are refilling, and that's why, you know, a lot of these mega farms make me so mad.
Hey, look, we only borrow the water. The water stays in the system. It returns to the system. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't leave the planet. You understand what I'm saying?
There's a difference between fresh water and salt water. We lose a lot of that too. So I mean, unless we can start coming up with better desalination and start pumping that back up, it's just like
processes that create energy.
It's like the aquifers we have here. I mean, the depletion rate is so insane because, you know, you've got evaporative issues that, like when you're watering, you get a bunch of evaporation that yeah, it stays in the system. We're still going to have water, but it's going to be somewhere else going in the ground. You know, when it evaporates in a storm brew somewhere else, when we're pumping it out of the ground. So
yeah, this reminds me of an argument I had with a college professor once, and he was saying that you know, I was kind of working with a theory on Tesla at the time, and I says Tesla's idea was to make energy free, and he's like, "Do you realize how much energy everybody would use if energy was free? You'd never be able to generate enough." And I was like, well, number one, you wouldn't use more energy than you needed. Why would you use more energy than you needed? You know what I'm saying? If energy is available everywhere and it's free, why would you? Yeah, that would be such a demand on us. It's like, do you use more oxygen than you need? Oxygen's free and it's everywhere. Do you use any more oxygen than you need? And he got mad, dude. I just blew his whole argument out of the water. And it was
I
in
get
front
where
of
he's coming from. Ability versus consumption rate type of thing. Yeah, and that's the thing that they'll use a lot. But I mean, that's different than water. I mean, water and oil are going to continuously.
He got so mad. He stomped out of the restaurant, paid his bill, and took off. And his buddies gave me a standing ovation. I didn't even realize I was on the stage or anything, you know. It was just a conversation I had in the diner that morning. In fact, those guys asked me to join their group. Yeah, I was like, wow. And they're all masons and professors and leaders of industry in the area, you know, kind of thing. And I didn't even realize they were there. You know what I'm saying?
Badger, can you explain that? I mean, building fire, making fire, but I'm not sure how we make water. We can clean water, like with the desalination and everything.
Yeah, there's actually processes for desalinating the water that create energy. And
So, a lot of that has to do with the hydrogen power and stuff like that. Yep.
Well, yeah, kind of. Yeah, if they crack the water and it releases so much more energy than it takes to crack the water, and you get rid of the salt, and you collect off the salt and separate the water. It's quite some really cool stuff that's going on with that. So, yeah, so why wouldn't you desalinate water to create energy?
I think when we get to I think a lot of things will change, and a lot more places will become, you know, we'll get an ability to water a lot more places and pump longer distances when we can fix the energy thing. And like you say, get to a free energy, or at least a crazy cheap energy. And when we can get to that, we'll be able to desalinate the water, because right now, well, we all know it's a process and expensive because energy is so high.
Yeah, Badgers, you're exactly right. It is absolutely always endless. Okay, even if you go after the physical aspect, if you were to create the top of, let's say, a tower, okay, just the top of a building size tower, okay, all it did was collect the water that fell on it, and it creates a basin, and you use that water and water pressure throughout underneath there. You know, you collect up the water that way. In arid places like deserts and stuff, you take like 2 or 3 layers of chain link fence, and you stand it up and you put a gutter under that fence. You stand it up about 6-8 feet off the ground, and you put a gutter underneath it. Every day, that'll collect off out of the dew that blows through it. It'll collect off water, you know, 10 to 20 gallons a morning. So it's in the air. It's everywhere. You know,
a lot of deserts used to be very wet areas. So I mean, it changes. So where we get rain here now, but as for that, I was talking about like pumping out groundwater. It's not a completely 100% recycling. It doesn't work that way. You get some water that will still penetrate the ground, but a lot of it evaporates. A lot of it gets put into the crops that you're growing, and then shipped off, you know, somewhere else as you're eating it or whatever. You know, that's
it's pretty much a closed system, dude. It's a process, and it does. Yeah, you can. It's been doing it for billions of years. Without
you got to figure
our effects aren't going to make a difference.
It's not at all a closed system. I mean, because that would mean that okay, every time we pump a gallon of water out of like this aquifer, then this aquifer is going to get that gallon of water.
Okay, now hold on. Okay, stop right there.
And that
what
doesn't
happens
work
to that gallon of water? What happens to that gallon of water?
You use it to.
Does it get destroyed? Does it get destroyed?
No, you're not understanding what I mean. It's displacement.
Do we just destroy that gallon of water?
No, I'm not talking about destruction. I'm talking about displacement. It will
Okay,
not go
now
in the
I'm
exact
trying to
same
help
area.
you understand the cycle. Okay, I'm trying
Oh,
to
I
help you
fully
understand.
understand.
Let's say
I'm not sure you guys do.
Just hold on a second. Let's say you drink that water. It's all gone. No, it's not. You know what you're going to do? You're going to piss your ass off, and you're going to piss that gallon of water right back out.
And you think that goes right back into the aquifer?
And it gets filtered by the earth and goes right back to the aquifer.
Nope. It goes into a place where it is in an evaporative pond, and then it evaporates, goes up into our system, and then the front will push it to another area and it'll rain out there.
Like that portion of it goes up and becomes rain, comes back down.
In a different area.
Who knows?
Jet streams, they kind of show us.
Yeah.
It'll push those clouds to a different area. It'll always move down to a different area.
The jet stream blows all different ways.
But it.
And guess what?
I'm apparently not explaining this well because
their evaporations are happening in places where it's coming from too.
Yeah, and we get rain other places.
In the sky. Yeah.
Okay, if it's a completely closed loop system, why is the aquifer that I sit on dropped over 4 feet in the past decade?
Like a rainfall in the area, maybe.
Oh, we've had some, but it replenishes all the time, right? It's a closed system, so it should be filling right back up.
It replenishes, maybe at different rates, but it will replenish
somewhere else, like
maybe
because there's other places that have more water, and then plus we get into we're a water planet, but not all that water is accessible for I mean, if we just started and we talked about this, this, if we just started pumping seawater onto land to water things, then we would have salt build up and that soil would become useless. So there's
what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Lower the oceans?
What's
do you think that would lower the oceans?
No, I'm because I was talking to Badger. Badger was talking about that we're a water planet, and I was telling him that most of that water is inaccessible right now without very expensive and intensive processes like desalination, taking out bacteria, different things. So the thought that, okay, we're a water planet, we'll never run out of water. No, we won't, but we'll run out of drinkable water. I mean, there's that possibility. If we're not going to constantly be replenished with our aquifers and our rivers. Colorado, with our aquifer dropping, we're losing 5 miles of riverfront every year. So, I mean, it's not a completely rivers. Some rivers dry up. We have rivers drying up around here all the time. So it's not this closed loop system that
closed loop system. It's just you're thinking on a very local scale. That's what I'm trying to say.
Local scale is what I'm concerned about.
Well, I mean, that's
the local scale, the aquifers here is what I'm concerned about.
Right. I got that. Yeah. But and once it's replenish over time. Everything's a cycle, dude. Everything's a cycle.
Sometimes over a long time. I mean, Northern Africa. Hey, patriotism.
What's up, Zach? How you doing, buddy?
You get the desert in Northern Africa. Yes, someday, sooner or later, it could become arid again. But right now, it's, it used to be an ocean, used to have plenty of water, fresh water and salt water. Now it's dry as could be. And yes, someday it'll become arid again. But there's still a point to where land becomes unable to support any type of life. So even though, yes, the earth itself is a closed system, we can affect our local areas by overproducing, over pumping the water. That's my biggest issue with a lot of these farmers that
Yeah, you
have.
can have a big problem with that kind of shit in Chicago.
You can have a lot of problems in big cities. Yeah.
Okay, the big cities are wastelands. They've been depleted and abused for way too long. Yes.
Right.
Okay. But where you live, yeah, that used to be an ocean at one time. The shoreline was the mountain. And that changed, that environment changed to a swampland for quite a long time. And then the uprisings of the ground and the raisings of the mountains got taller. And you became a mile above ground, above sea level, I should say.
Yeah, that's with plates. That's over millions of years too, or actually billions of years.
Right. So environment,
it changed.
Yeah, topographical changes.
Right, Miriam.
But that water is always available to you, whether it's in the air or in the ground. Okay, either way,
Not available. Yeah, and we agree that it's a worldwide. It's a closed loop system. Where I'm at, the water that's here now is not going to be always accessible.
Not always.
Yeah.
Maybe, where I'm at, shit. I surely expect after some of the catastrophic events that are supposed to happen, I'm surely expecting to have oceanfront property.
Mm-mm.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
probably have oceanfront property here.
Over millions and billions of years. I mean, the land I'm standing on now, sooner or later, will be recycled and then come up, in another area. So, I mean, with the plate tectonic, so everything's going to change, definitely. And a lot of this water that's here will be, sent back up into the atmosphere or whatever. The point I'm getting at is our local areas. If we're like where I live, it's not meant to be farmed. It's meant to be pasture land. It's meant to be they have to use so much water to be able to farm, like say corn, and as all we're getting out of it is ethanol. So they're sucking that water down so quickly that our aquifer could dry up. If that aquifer dries up,
you have to find enough land water, right?
It becomes a wasteland because we have no access to water. We will still have snow melt.
Human habitation, yes. I understand that. Yeah. But life does exist there, will exist there, and continue to exist there. Even in the desert, the life is ravenous. Deserts are not unoccupied spaces.
A desert won't support human, won't support a civilization, though. Deserts can't support a civilization.
We need a little more access to water, right?
Right.
Well, but you know what? Given the right knowledge, you'll know how to collect it from the air, even if it's not rain.
Yeah. Well, then you run into a problem with without see, that's why I support these tree planting initiatives, especially trying to create like a lot of forested area. I mean, yes, we need farmable ground, but I believe in farming off of surface water, not really pumping out of the ground. I believe more, because my biggest problem is we all fight. Every state fights over these river rights, and then it all flows into the ocean.
Right.
Because the last state can't use enough. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. We ought to be damming it up and keeping as much as we can here and, using it and everything. And that's one of my biggest frustrations.
Well, better management of resources would be preferable. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yep, I agree.
Filtering, reusable, less wasteful is always good. You know what I'm saying? Being more efficient users of our resources, recycling our resources, all that stuff is doable. You change your habits, and it becomes something else. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's just so all this in the world air kind of stuff. You know, it's just I just laugh at it when they talk about it in weather terms and all this stuff, and resources and stuff. I just laugh at them when they start. You know, it's we're gonna run out. No, you know, no, it'll be somewhere else, or it'll still be available,
Folks,
but it may not be at
thank
the
you.
place.
Yes, it'll be somewhere else. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be available,
And
but
that's the concern. There'll still be water, but it's not going to be where we need it. We need to use it if we overuse it where it's at now.
but if everybody had a rain catch, you know what I'm saying? You go to these islands, let's just Caribbeans. Every one of those houses in the Caribbean, on any of Jamaica, the Caymans, they all have water towers, individual water towers.
Yep. Oh yeah. And I think people ought to be able to catch more of their water. Colorado, no kidding, actually has a law limiting the amount of rainwater you can catch, which is insane.
Right. You're fucked if you got to pay the land.
Yeah. Yeah. But you know, you got places like the Sahara Desert that used to be very arid, had plenty of rainfall. When you get sand that takes it over, even if there is rain that tries to move in, it's such an intense reflection of the heat that it actually stays airborne in a mist until it gets to a greener area to where it can cool and actually drop.
I got one for you guys in chat. Shanana.
I'll be right back. I got to deal with a brat puppy I don't know what it was. I'll be right back.
You got it. Yeah, badgers. We did find Atlantis. They found Atlantis. It's in the Bahamas. I just wanted to add that. I didn't want to interrupt him talking. Fighting over air. No, we won't be fighting over air. No, we won't be fighting over air. They're trying to tax us for breathing, though, because we produce CO2, which the trees use for food and the plants use for food that creates oxygen. Because the trees breathe in the CO2 and exhale oxygen. They use the carbon out of the sea. They use the carbon out of the CO2. And we need the O2. And then we exhale CO2 for the plants, and they exhale the purified air for us. It's simple as that. Every blade of grass.
Plants love carbon, and they suck it out of the air.
Yes, they do. You eliminate the carbon out of the atmosphere, and you will kill all the plants, and you will have no oxygen for a human to breathe.
Yep. And you actually need a lot of that carbon that's in the air. You need certain amounts that fall back down into the soil because they take it up through the root systems.
And it also filters back through just like water and becomes oil. I'm telling you.
When they die, after 1 million years or so.
No. Carbon, ashes, everything carbon gets sucked back into the soil. Just like water, just doesn't move as fast.
Oh, I agree.
Here, the other elements, and it sinks, and it becomes new oil. Old oil becomes coal. Okay,
after a long period of time.
Sure, but it's a cycle. Yeah. It happens every day. It's the shit that happened 2 million years ago plus a day, and then then 1 million plus another day on that 2 million, and you get another 1,000,000 years out of that.
Right.
It's still putting it back in there.
Consumption versus replenishment rate, though, is where it comes into question. I mean, when you're consuming quicker than it's replenishing, you get what I'm saying?
Okay, so you become more efficient.
Right. That's what I was saying earlier. We've got to move into it. There's not enough to last us forever.
You don't outlaw cars that can get 80 to 100 miles per gallon.
Yeah.
So, that because that would help, because they got cars in Europe that'll travel 60 to 100 miles on a single gallon of fuel.
So, are you getting it yet that we don't have enough oil to last forever? And that's why they say we've got like a couple hundred years worth of room.
Forever. We do have enough oil to last forever. It's just where you're going to get it.
Not with our consumption rate, though. We're consuming quicker than it's making it.
Oh, God.
I'm not sure what you're missing here. You keep saying that you're talking like it's as quick as we pump it out that it'll fill up real quick.
Thank you, brother, because I'm telling you, it's a cycle. You're going to have a cycle of this. If you use it up faster than it produces, of course there will become a shortage. Okay? But it's going to become available somewhere else, and you got to go get it somewhere else.
Not immediately, though.
The stuff you used up, no. The cycle takes 1,000,000 years. Okay, fine.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. But there's still that 1,000,000 years you're leading up to still counting off, and it's still producing. It just, you just have to become a better consumer of your available resources. And it's only because we only have access to that limited amount of resource because it's so hard to get. It's so deep in the ground. It
didn't need to be this hard to get to here. No.
What?
It didn't need to be so hard to get to here. That we're consuming quicker than it's replenishing.
We have hundreds and hundreds of years of what we know of in the ground just here in the United States.
With what we got punctured now and what we know of, and I'm sure there's more of it, we've got several hundred years. And we can actually supply ourselves and Europe for those several hundred years.
Correct. In fact, I think the estimate was we could supply the whole world for 300 years with its current consumption rates. For 300 years.
Yep. No, I've actually had this discussion with other people that when you're using an aquifer in one place, that doesn't mean that aquifer is going to replenish with that exact water, and it's not going to replenish. So I've had that discussion with people because a lot of people truly do think that we use it and then we water, so it just goes right back into the ground. So it's just going wide, and then they can't figure out why the aquifer is depleting. It's like, no, it doesn't work with that on a worldwide scale. It works like that, but it doesn't. And I don't see why people can't understand that. I really don't.
Well, the evaporation that happens over the ocean empties its ass on you. Okay?
Oh, God. Ugh. No.
I got a good case of elephants. I'll be right back.
You're right. That's why our we pump out a foot a year and we get replaced by a foot a year, even though that's not what happens. But sure.
I think this conversation is going pretty damn good.
Yeah, it is. We definitely have
because you
different
two
views
have
on it.
not yelled, disappeared, or gotten rowdy.
We ain't even called each other a name yet.
Right.
Oh, and I won't.
But I have the reason why I think this is kind of hilarious to me, because seeing a lot of the conversations that you have had, it has been on this chat with different ones.
Mhm.
And I've sat and listened to them.
Oh, cool.
Fire
Well, I'm glad.
in the bowl. Hell yeah.
I'm glad you did.
But see,
I
I'm not so. When it comes to this conversation, though, it's just a matter. I have a bigger picture view of it.
Yeah, and
You
I
know,
think that's where we're different. I'm thinking local, you're thinking worldwide. And I agree, worldwide, we're in a closed system.
yep. There's nothing leaving this planet. There's no water. There's
Right.
no.
You okay? That's the good stuff, I take it.
That's the good.
That's the good stuff.
Man, I forgot I picked out the good stuff.
Yeah,
Oh.
Kimmy, I'll never start yelling or I'll never call names. I'll tell somebody that's like talking to styrofoam to get their goat, but that's about it. But yeah.
One of them that you had this conversation with, I do believe, was Don.
On some of the on the climate, probably. Yep. Because I truly do think we need to start. We need to keep looking for better ways for energy.
Well, all we need to do is activate the shit that Tesla did.
I don't disagree. I think we need to really start researching that. We need to put more money into nuclear fusion instead of fission.
We need our energy sector to come into the 19th century, because Faraday and Tesla, between the two of them, they could power the entire planet today effortlessly. Their technologies between creating water, separating water into hydrogen and oxygen.
Yep.
And then Tesla with his radiant energy. There's nothing else we need.
Yep.
And that was all done before 1810.
Yep. Yeah. Hey, Bill. I 100% actually believe in global warming. I believe in global cooling, and I believe it's 100% natural.
That was 1910. I'm sorry. That was all done before 1910.
Yep.
Yes, sir. So we need our energy sector to become at least efficient with the energy and the technology that was 100 years old.
Yeah. And we need to make it less about profit, because profit gets a lot of things pushed under the table if it's something that's not going to make the money.
Well, profit is a discernment. But yeah, the greed needs to be alleviated.
Yeah.
And the only way that's going to get alleviated, gone bye-bye, is getting Satan off the earth and into the pits of hell.
Yep. I agree. And Satan right now is greed. I think he's pushing greed. And it's so frustrating that it gives capitalism a bad name, because we're supposed to be a free market society, and instead of standard, what's that?
We're not supposed to be a capitalist society. We're supposed to be a free market society.
Right. And even capitalism,
the first step of fascism.
And even capitalism, if it's Yeah, and if it's based on a free market, isn't so bad. It's this crony capitalism we have right now that is a problem. It's the
yeah,
it's so frustrating.
all these isms.
Yeah, but I agree. We were created not as a capitalistic society. We were created as a free market society for everybody to have an equal opportunity to get into that market. And we do. It's just harder for, I mean, let's face it, you and I breaking into things, it's harder for us to break into something than it is a billionaire.
Well, right, because now you need capital. Now you need to, you have to pay for your entry into the market. You have to pay for this and that. Instead of just making your stuff and selling it, now you got to pay for a patent. Now you got to pay attorneys to fucking legal fees and all the fucking bullshit. It's capital. In other words, if you have the capital, you can pay off those that'll make it available to you.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of being able just to make your shit and sell it.
Yep. And it's still, the opportunities there is just going to be a way longer road. if you don't have
those with the capital.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. It's controlled with those with the capital, with the money in their pocket. That's the big difference. Free market, you build your shit, you sell it. If you sell enough of it, you do well enough making it, you can expand your operations and make more of it to sell more of it.
Yeah. I'm not going to disagree with you on any of this because you and I are pretty much have always been on the same page with this one. And a lot of it is with what we do because we've seen it firsthand.
Yes, sir.
It's it's extraordinarily frustrating. And
I've operated businesses from automotive restoration all the way through general contracting and computer service technician, everything, communication engineer. I was always contracted with all that tech shit.
Well, here's a key thing that has the type of capitalism we're in right now. It shows some of the corruption in it. You can build a house out of wood with codes, but if you tried to build a sod home, you could not do it under code, even though there are sod homes still standing that are 10 times older than wood houses that are completely rotted to the ground. That sod, at most time, adobe, clay adobe and everything, that adobe is actually a better building material.
Yep, the clay especially.
But
basically making a ceramic house.
Yep. But when you buy the land, you've got the clay right there, so nobody can make money off of it. So the codes make it to where you've got to spend money buying from somebody else to do it. And that's what frustrates me about a lot of codes. Codes are pretty much set up by your lumber industries, your steel industries. They're all lobbied to get those codes into place. So you can't build with Adobe and whatnot in a lot of places. Such a frustration.
Yeah. Hell, you can't even cut down the trees and make your own wood.
Yeah, because if it's not stamped, yep. That's insane to me. Because it's the same stinking wood. You could have a hardwood. You could cut down your oak trees, build all your framing for it, which is going to be stronger than a fir. And you're not going to be able to do it unless you pay a lumber company to come in and grade and stamp all your wood, because they're still going to make money off it. That's the only way you can do it.
Yeah.
So stupid.
Well, that's why I don't live in those places.
Right.
Love that I live where I live, because we don't even have a building code inspector. There's no building codes in my county. And I do not participate in a city of. So there's
That's why I'm trying to move to a county south of the county I live in now, because the county south of me, they opened it up to all that. They're like, no, if these building techniques, Adobe, whatever, and everything, they understand. They've been proven. They've seen the science behind it. They've been proven to be more stable in a lot of things, more resistant to a lot of things. So they opened it up probably about 15 years ago. They opened it up. They're like, if it's solid, build it. And I think that's awesome.
Well, it's 1:00, my friends. I need to hit the hay.
Yeah, I hate
I'm
to, but I
surprised.
should too.
I'm surprised my generator's still running because it was.
Actually, my bad. I was just gonna say I might stick around for another half hour and talk to Kimmy for a while if she wants to.
Yeah, it's 1:58 here.
All right.
Yeah, 11 years.
Well,
The
thank
other
you
night
for.
Oh my bad.
I'm going to go ahead and drop out. You guys have fun. Thank
All
you,
right,
everybody,
take care,
for
man.
participating tonight. I love you all. I miss you all, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow night. Dream well, Patriots, and I'll see you then.
Night, Wes.
Good night.
Take care, man. I do not, Ghost. I thought we got along good. Do not marry him. Jeez, crazy people. The other night, Canoe and I stayed up and we were on talking at 3:00 my time because I didn't think I had to work the next day. And they called me up at 6:00 in the morning and had me go in.
I heard that. I heard you telling that.
Oh, that
Before
was a
I come
long
up
day.
with everything, I listened and never and didn't pop up right away.
Yeah. So I'll go for a little bit more tonight, but just in case, I'll get some sleep.
Yeah.
Because supposedly I'm not supposed to go in tomorrow, but it's hard telling.
Yeah.
And I know I can't do my own thing because we've been getting wind and working with metal siding and metal roofing, and the wind just doesn't work out.
Yeah. And as far as I know, none of us have appointments or anything tomorrow.
Nice.
Because today it was for Corey and Charlotte both had to go to Fremont, so we had to be out of the house by 7:30 this morning.
Right.
Because they had to be in Fremont for their appointment at 8:00 in the morning. So, yeah.
I always have to, I pretty much hit the chiropractor, especially when I'm really busy. I hit the chiropractor weekly anymore.
Mm.
Oh, Bill, don't take that as an insult. With everybody, I always ask for information to back it up and that's just because I want to have the information behind it to get my own opinion. If anybody tells me anything, I'm always like, hey, do you have just like with Irish Misfit, where he had the video, I asked him if he also had the videos, the links to the videos that to where they did the forensic on it to make sure it wasn't altered. Nothing personal. I just like to have that stuff.
Yeah, that way when you go to tell somebody else about it, you got all the proof backing it up.
Yep. And I can enter a debate with it a little, more informed or whatever, or attempt to. Like I say, if I could hit 50% on being right, I'm doing good. So did you guys get some of the rain there that Emerald got?
No. Well, I can't say that.
Miriam.
I didn't get it here far as where I'm at, but when we went into into Fremont, it looked like they had a lot of it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. We ended up getting just a little bit of rain. It sprinkled like through the night and then a little bit into the morning. But then, like around 3 or 4 o'clock, we ended up getting a snowstorm that moved in. Didn't expect that one. Nope, Miriam, just the weather is warming up. And when the weather warms up, I got to try to make as much money as I can. So when it gets cold, I can survive through the winter. So I've been scarce for everybody. Yeah, I'm scared to come visit. You could come visit, but I'm at home so rarely, you probably wouldn't catch me. That and hopefully I'm in the process of moving here pretty soon. I've got 2 chunks of land that I'm bouncing between to try to figure out which is going to be better for me and get out of town. I'll probably still hold on to this property depending on this one with the house on it here. I'll probably sell it, but the lots I'll probably hold on to. I know she came all the way here, Bill, and I'll try to make it to Emeralds or something. But in the meantime, yeah, not a lot of spare time. You going to Emeralds this year, Kimmy?
I'm hoping to.
Nice. Yeah, me too. I want to try to make it down there this year. Be good to put a face in person to a lot of the people we know online. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah, because when went down there last year, nobody showed up. It was just the 4 of us.
Yeah. Yeah, and I felt bad. Worst part is for me, it's like we ended up figuring out it's like a 12 and a half hour drive one way. And it's right in that warm weather time to where I'm pouring and putting metal on. So it's like, oh God, so I was doing the math. It's like, that's going to be several, a couple days at least. It's like, oh, it's going to, yeah, I'm bad about it. It hurts to lose money.
Well, and the other thing is that with everything with sick Pat and stuff was supposed to be there, and I had to end up leaving him go, and all that. And I know that it was hard on everybody.
Yep. Yeah, we all still miss Pat. He was the one that when arguments would happen, he was able to reach both sides and put everything back together.
Yeah.
And I've tried and I make it worse. I don't have that gift.
I don't either, but I sat back and listened, and if I think I can help, I pop in and try.
Yeah.
But yeah, I used to sit here and listen to him, how he would listen, I watch him, and you could tell when he understood both sides. And then if it kept going, he pop in and could explain it, both sides.
Right. Yeah.
And it ended up a lot of time a guy is even a girl that they were saying the same thing, just using different words,
Yep.
meaning the same thing, And it was weird how he could pick that up.
Yeah. Miriam. Bill said he found me on Google Earth. I'd believe you, but I'm you probably didn't even find the town. I've never let that part out. Take care, Bill. Have a good night. I've let known the area within probably about 100-mile radius. Miriam claims she knows where I live too. I have a post office box in one of the towns. They might have found it, but it's not the town I'm in.
You wanted them secret, double agent, secret people, huh?
Mm-hmm. When I was in my 20s, I met somebody online and was talking to him, and it turned out that they were from probably about, I'd say 150 miles away or so. And they showed up at my house and had nowhere to go, and they wanted to move in. And I was renting the house at that time with my cousin and my best friend, and they wanted to move in and everything because they said they had nowhere else to go. I felt bad, but I didn't know the person really. I'd like talked to the person a couple times on a game, but told the town I lived in, and ever since then, I haven't done that before again. So, yeah, that was really awkward. Never expected somebody to show up at my house and say they needed to move in because they had nowhere to go. It's like,
yeah.
Yeah. So, and you don't know the person. You don't know if they're really just needing the help or if they're there to, whatever. So, yep. But I ended up spending a lot of money, put the person up in a motel for about 3 weeks and helped them get on their feet at least.
Yeah.
So, but they ended up working at the place that I helped them get a job at for like a month. And yeah, like a stray cat, Miriam. It was weird. It was the craziest thing. And the guy's name was different than what he said it was on the Sing's worth millions. I wish. Sing's broke. Sing is very broke. As soon as Sing gets money, he spends it, and he's got to quit doing that. I have a shopping and not shopping. I have what you could possibly call an addiction to auctions. And yeah, and most of the time it's stuff I really don't need. It just looks really neat and it's cool. And I end up with it and trying to figure out what I'm going to do with it. But with that guy that showed up at my house, I did a good deed, I think, because I helped them get a job, but they left after about a month and then moved away. So I think they just got the check and were able to move to go whatever. So, I love estate sales. Oh, Miriam, I got to stay away from estate sales. Is how I ended up getting into collecting gemstones, and that's I haven't done that for years though. I don't make that kind of money anymore. So when I worked on the rigs, I could do that, but now I can't. But yeah, I like estate sales. They've got collectible coins, gemstones, stuff that make you drool. And then you end up spending a crud load of money and leaving with something the size of a little pebble. I also like antique stores. I know it sounds weird, but I really like going to places with antique stores and old bookstores. If I was wealthy, I would have a library. Probably wouldn't read, every book I got, but it'd be neat to have it'd be definitely neat to have a library and try your best to make it through every book. I also recently ended up with some old cars. I went by a place, I was delivering some cement, drove by a place, and they had like old 40s and 50s cars out there. And just out of the blue, I swung by and asked if the guy was interested in selling them, kind of cheap as could be. And now part of the reason why I need a shop so I can start working on those. Yep. That's so I think you guys get the level of my addiction. I got issues. It seemed like a good idea at the time, and now I got cars and nowhere to put them. And unfortunately, it's not like the cars run. I mean, they need fully restored. I think antiques are universal. I think especially for like all of us and Kimmy, I know you grew up in the country too. Yeah. I think all of us that grew up in the country just have a love for antiques.
Yeah, because there's always a memory in it.
Exactly. Yep. A story behind it.
Yep.
Which makes it that much more interesting, that it came over with this family from this place or something like that. And that's why I like the estate auctions more, because usually that's the family it came over with, so they know it.
Yes.
Right, Miriam. That's as my family always tells me, I've got an old soul, is what they say.
Yep.
I think that's a compliment, so I go with it.
Yeah, it is.
Cool. I've got oh jeez, probably shouldn't say this, it's gonna make me sound like a nut, but I've even got a bunch of old bicycles from like the 40s and 50s and stuff that I've probably had them for about 15 years and still haven't restored them like I thought I was going to.
No, now that there sounds like my friend Joe that lives in Teton.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he does.
Has big plans to do something and then buys it and then doesn't ever get to it.
Actual bicycles.
Oh, okay. Oh, he would like these. I even picked up. Oh, I'm sorry.
His basement. There's a room in the basement behind the washer and dryer room that he has all kinds of old bicycles hanging from the ceiling. Like he has a bike rack that's hung up on the ceiling.
Nice.
So he has all these bikes hanging upside down from the ceiling.
Nice. See, I would like that. And that's part of the reason why I want to shop. I would like a big shop to where I can do the painting on them, and some of them I wouldn't touch painting. Like I got an old Schwinn. It's from the late 50s, and no kidding, I only paid $10 for that bike. and it's got the original paint that's almost perfect on it. And in the right market, those things go for a lot. My problem is I get attached to even inanimate objects like a bike,
Yeah.
and I have trouble getting rid of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And that's another issue I got to get over, because like with these cars, my plan on is to rebuild them and then sell them to make some extra money. But then I, will have like one of my nieces and nephews help me restore it. So then it becomes kind of a thing we did together. So I have trouble getting rid of it.
Yep. In
Overly
one
sentimental.
way, that's a bad thing. But in another way, it's a real good thing. Because if you have on different ones, you have one niece that done one with you, and another niece that done another one with you, that kind of stuff.
Right.
That becomes special to them for you to be able to leave it to them.
Exactly. And that's the plan with a lot of things like that, is they pretty much all already know that the things they help me on, that they'll end up with.
Right. So it gives them something to look forward to and to remember you by. And
Right. Like this, I've got my grandpa back in 1974 bought a 1974 SSL Camino. He bought it brand new, and then my dad bought it from him in the 80s, and then I got it from my dad in the 90s. And my oldest nephew will probably get it from me, so he'll be the fourth generation to own that El Camino.
wow.
So I always thought that would be neat. And then hopefully his son gets it. And, imagining, you kind of sit there and then in your head, you imagine, God, I wonder how many generations I could go for and still be, like something to keep going and everything.
So so just by what you said, you do not have no kids.
I don't. Something I regret, actually. I don't do too good at relationships. I get along fine for about 3 months, and then they figure out that they don't like me as much. So yeah, long-term relationships don't do well.
That's really weird.
That's actually how my family puts it too. They're not terribly tickled about it either.
Well, no, to me, okay. Reverse. The reason why it seems weird to me, because before I met Ryan and got on the chat and started talking to you guys,
Yeah.
I didn't realize how many guys has said that.
Yep.
And not married, or when if they got married, it ended so quick that they was never no kids, or never want to get married and never want no kids type stuff.
Yeah.
And the weird thing to me is because that's how sick Pat was.
Yeah.
And you and
oh, even like Canoe and Apex.
Yeah, and canoes.
Yeah. probably why we all get along so well. We kind of understand each other. And see, with me, the closest I ever came to getting married was in my mid-20s, was engaged for a while. And that was like dynamite in the face, how that ended up turning out. So that was the closest I ever came. But it is regrettable. I do wish I had settled down quicker and wasn't as wild in my 20s and part of my 30s. And because I've got friends that are like, one friend's a grandparent, and he graduated with me. So that's pretty insane.
Yeah, but it's just, catches me off guard because I'm not used to that.
Yep. Well, I know, like my mom's none too happy because she would love more grandkids and even great grandkids. So never really been terribly tickled with the fact that I never, and I was the only boy, so I was the only one to carry on the family name too. And actually, out of all my cousins and everything, I was the only boy with my last name too. So even some aunts and uncles are like, you're pretty much out of time. You better. So, yeah. So, yeah. But, is what it is. That's just how I just never really grew up. And I don't think raising a kid would have worked out well.
Right.
Yeah. So, and I was aware enough that I was not, even though I was old enough, I was never an adult enough. So I was aware enough of that to know that I was not ready to raise a kid through any of those years. So, and I got friends that were also not ready, and they got married, had kids, and those kids are hell on wheels.
Yeah.
So, and I was always told that your kids will be twice as wild as you were. And like I say, I won't tell any of the stories live on this, but I had a streak. If my kid was going to be twice as wild as I was, that's horrifying. Take care, Miriam. Actually, that sounds like a good cue. Are you ready to go to bed too, Kimmy?
Yeah, I was just thinking.
Oh, okay.
About how much. I wonder if that was Sick Pat's thinking too.
With that, he just didn't think he was ready.
No, because he tells some things about when he was with his cousins that they done.
I know some of those things.
Yep. To be twice as bad as him.
I grew up with older cousins too that got me into a lot of trouble. And actually, Pat and I traded some stories through whispers and everything about his cousins were ornery like mine and got him into equally trouble as mine did with me. So, yep.
So you had them kind of thoughts about kid's going to be twice as bad as me.
Yeah,
that's the thoughts Sick Pat had too.
and it legitimately, especially in my 20s, it legitimately horrified me thinking that. So, because to say I'm lucky to be around is an understatement. We just drank and partied a lot, but God, the stupid stuff we did, it was just, it's amazing any of us were around in my group of friends and cousins.
Right. And from the stories that Sick Pat told me about his cousin, it was like running to Las Vegas and running to different country to where he couldn't go across, to Canada and stuff, because he
Yep.
already got in trouble.
And we had I know a couple of the stories about moonshine and drinking way too much moonshine and ending up not remembering how you got to places. Some of the stories about that, and I had similar things. That's why when people bring up moonshine, I tell them how evil moonshine is. The only drink I've ever legitimately blacked out on and not remembered how I got places. and one of those times it was in my car and none of us have any idea who drove, and we were about 3.5 hours away from where we started.
Whoa.
Yep. So to this day, we figure somebody drove us home, and that's what we decided because we didn't even want to think about otherwise. So yeah, never did find the keys to that car. I had to have a set made. That was another
Now,
weird
wait
thing.
a minute. You guys ended up home.
Yep. And we were actually
with the car being home
and no keys.
and no keys.
Yep.
Whoa, that definitely somebody took you home.
That's what I think. And then they kept the keys to make sure we didn't drive anywhere.
Yeah.
So, but we were, that was the first experience with homemade shine. And that was, and unfortunately I didn't learn my lesson, and there's other stories with moonshine.
It was either somebody else drove you guys home or you got alien abduction and got dropped off there.
They gave us a ride home, right? Yeah, we were so drunk off of that pine shine, we could have gotten probed and never known. They wouldn't even had to erase our minds. It was already done for them.
They kept the keys for a souvenir.
Right. Yep. One time we were up at a guy's house that had made some homemade tequila, and he was a Spanish guy we knew, and my cousins and I went out there, and several of my friends and everything. Well, my cousins brought their own vehicle, and I didn't drink that much that night. I was, the DD taking everybody home, and we're on our way home in my pickup, and I'll remind you, my cousins brought their own vehicle, and we're about, it's about a half-hour drive. We're pulling home, and I kept hearing this thumping in the back of my pickup. My cousins had climbed in the back of my pickup and passed out in the back of my pickup. So I had to turn around and take them home, which is a half hour the other way. And then the next day I had to go pick them up so they could go get their car.
Oh, God.
I have no idea why or how they passed out in the back of my pickup, but I drove down the road without realizing there was anybody in the back of my pickup. Yes. So, yep. That's one of the, yeah, they were wilder than I was, if it was possible. It was, yeah. I think it's part of the reason I don't drink now, though. I just don't have much of a taste for it anymore, is because, through my teens and through my 20s, I pretty much got it out of my system, I think.
Yeah, now me, I ain't been beer drinker. I ain't really, not since I was like 15, 16.
Yep.
I drank beer a lot before that, but yeah, when I was 16.
Yep.
I got sick one time on it, and that was it. But I used to chug quarts of Miller's beer and stuff and never have a problem.
Yep. Now, beer on its own, I'm okay with. I can't. I could never mix beer and whiskey. It would make me sick. A lot of the people that do shots with their beers, I could never do that. It would just make me, yeah. Ugh. But I could drink either one on its own.
Mix the two.
Yep.
If I went to a bar and started on Jack Daniels, I stuck with that kind of drinks. I would not touch no beer.
Same here. I had to stick with. I could drink them all on their own. But now there's certain drinks like Jim Beam and Jack Daniels. Even though it's been probably 20 years since, I got so drunk off of those two things at different times that even now I can smell it across the room and it'll start to make me sick.
Oh my.
It just, yeah. Except we, the Jack Daniels was also caused by Everclear, because we got drunk on Jack Daniels, ran out of Jack Daniels, and we had the genius idea to start taking straight shots of Everclear.
Oh my.
And that didn't help with the Jack Daniels. It also made it to where we went, Everclear burned our throats so bad that like for several days, none of us could talk very well.
Yeah. I remember them days.
Oh God, Everclear was nasty. It was like drinking rubbing alcohol. And a lot of people, I guess, I don't know, maybe it's a country thing, but we used to make like jungle juice out of it with the fruit and everything. And sometimes we get bored and take shots, and people would be like, "Is that even possible?" It's like, yeah, we did. So, but and it's, I know a lot of country folk that, yeah, they didn't have anything else. They just grab a shot of Everclear.
Now, do you remember what all you used to put in the jungle juice?
We used to do, those containers of the Kool-Aid with the, that have the sugar and the Kool-Aid in them already, those big containers. We used to dump a couple of those of the tropical punch. We used to put grapes, chunks of watermelon. We put strawberries. I don't know. We usually had at least 4 or 5 different types of fruit and everything, even sometimes apple chunks, depending on what we could get a hold of. And we would fill a massive tub with that. And then we put some water in it. So it was a little watered down. But I do know that if you eat just the fruit, trying to avoid getting drunk, the fruit absorbs most of the alcohol and you will get more drunk just trying to eat the fruit after it sits a while.
Yep. One of ours used to be a big old one of the round barrels that I forget, some kind of feed or something would come in and cut them suckers in half and use them for horse watering troughs.
Yep.
And that's what we used to snatch up to do our jungle juice in.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Bottle upon bottle of Everclear, and you'd end up with a good anywhere from 10 gallons, depending on how many people are going to be there. You'd have 30 gallons at some time of jungle juice. Now, it wasn't how we did it. It wasn't like straight bottles of Everclear, but like with 10 gallons, for every bottle of Everclear, you probably did about twice that in water to put with it, is what we did. And then did it that way. We didn't do straight Everclear with it.
With ours, now that there made that way was more for a family type party.
Yeah. Didn't get you there as quickly.
Right. That was more for the family type parties.
Mhm.
But our Halloween parties and just biker parties, pig roasts, that kind of stuff,
Yep.
you started out with all kinds of different fruit cut up and put in that barrel, ice in around the barrel,
Oh, okay. Yep.
and you would put in some Everclear, and you would make a batch of like the Kool-Aid.
Yep.
But then whoever came to the party had to bring a bottle.
Oh, so
It
you did
didn't have
straight
to
ever.
be Everclear, but
Oh, I got. Yep.
that, kind of drink, and pour it in there. So
Yep.
by the end of the party, you do not know
What's all
who
in there?
poured what in there and how many different drinks is in that sucker. And then after everybody's kind of calmed way down and everything, and people's passed out,
Right.
if you're still awake, that's when you get to start eating the fruit.
And when you're really gonna get drunk.
And you wake up in the morning and everybody's eating that fruit. That's their breakfast.
Yeah. Starting the
Now
day
that's
off
a
quickly.
hell of a good party and a hell of a good biker stuff.
Yeah. Yep. I do miss some of those. Like we'd have bonfires, and like you say, you'd roast a half a pig or half a
Yep.
beef, or do the ones where they would get the wood burning and get it coals, and then they would bury they put it in a burlap sack and they bury the half a pork or
Yep.
whatever and let it cook that way and stuff. And I miss a lot of those.
Yes. I ain't been to them kind of parties since 2000. Yeah. Since 2000. Because
See
that's
now
when I
here.
left and went to Tennessee.
Oh, I got you. Yep. Now, see, around here, up until probably about 10 or 15 years ago, people used to still do barn dances too.
Oh, wow.
And now it never happens. In fact, there wasn't a lot of them, but through the summer, at least once a month, there was somebody having a barn dance. And well, you know how it is. Everybody, you get people from different counties coming over
Yeah.
it's just everybody. It's an entire community event. So, yeah, I remember those all the way. God, when I was a little kid, I remember that was a weekend. Every weekend, somebody was having a barn dance. And then it got to where when I was old enough to go out to them and drink, then it was, maybe once a month during the summer. But now, nothing.
Yeah. That stuff around here quit like 40 years ago.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. That for us to have the barn dances and stuff like that. It's been about 40 years ago.
The last
Every
one I
once
went,
in a while, they would have at different fairs, they would lay the wooden floor out at a fair and
oh,
have
yep.
dances during the
Yep.
fair and stuff.
Nice. God, I haven't even been out dancing for probably 10 years. And it sucks because I like to two-step and, country swing and that type of thing. But yeah, just there's not much of it around anymore. Nobody really
Right.
does it much. You can go to the bar, but the bars around here are usually a small dance floor. Everybody's bumping into each other, so you really can't
Yup.
swing too easy. But yep, I definitely miss that type of stuff. I'd like to get some land and build a barn and start doing it again. Just do it on my own.
Yeah, really.
But I hate to run on you, Kimmy, but I probably better get some sleep just in case they surprise me and call me in again.
Yeah, in case you get that surprise phone call again.
Yep. The last time was not a well received call. But everybody in chat, I hope you have a good evening. Kimmy, always wonderful to talk to you, and I hope you have a good evening.
You too, hon. Night, night.
We'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.
Night chat. Looked like Miss Miriam was the only one. She left a while ago.